Please come forward. Thank you. Everyone, please silence your cell phones. If you so choose, please stand for the reading of the prayer and pledge. Thank you.
Heavenly Father, we're so thankful for our opportunity today to serve you in this place. We thank you for our city. We thank you for our city government. We thank you for your blessing upon this town. It's not perfect, Father God, but it's peaceful, and we are very, very thankful for a city council and a city government and a city police department that keep the peace, Lord. We don't have the problems that we've seen in other cities, and we're so thankful for that. We ask you to continue to watch over us and guide us. Lord, watch over Mayor Mouton, help her in this new responsibility that she's taken on, and all this city council, Father, to do those things that are not just politic, but that are right in your sight. We thank you for these things today. We commit this meeting, this time to you, and I ask you to bless it according to your word. In the name of our Lord Jesus, amen.
Amen. Please join us in the nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Cameron. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Mouton.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Samuel, absent. Councilmember Durio.
Here.
Councilmember Getz.
Present.
Councilmember Turner.
Present.
Councilmember Felshaw.
Present.
And Councilmember Neal.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have two proclamations today, and the first will be read by Councilmember Durio, and it's National Disability Voters Registration Week. And Councilmember Durio, could you please read? Thank you.
Whereas in September, people with disabilities and our supporters celebrate the anniversary of the American with Disabilities Act, and whereas there are over 50 million people with disabilities of all ages in communities throughout the United States, and whereas the disability community has a critical interest in policies enacted at local, state, and national levels that affect the integration of people with disabilities, young and old, into our communities, and whereas getting the disability community involved in influencing public policies is essential if these policies are to meet the real needs of people with disabilities to live in the community, and whereas voting is one way for the disability community to exert their influence at local, state, and national elections, and whereas there are multiple efforts to develop state disability coalitions around the issue of voting, and whereas Rev Up, Register, Educate, Vote, Use Your Power is a national effort to encourage state and local disability community voting coalitions. Now therefore, I, Robin Mouton, Mayor of the City of Beaumont, do hereby proclaim the week of September 13th to the 20th, 2021 as National Disability Voter Registration Week in Beaumont, and support the growing involvement of the disability community in the process. Accordingly, the mayor has hereunto set her hand and caused the seal of the City of Beaumont to be affixed. Robin Mouton, September 22nd, 2021.
Who's accepting it?
Oh. Seth Wells, Executive Director, Rise Center for Independent Living.
Okay, is anyone here from the National Disabilities? Okay, no one is here. We'll make sure that they get this proclamation. Thank you. And the next proclamation, I have the honor of reading, and it's Pray Beaumont. I've had the opportunity while serving as Councilwoman of Ward 4 to join this great ride. It's a ride I would hope that all clergy, all citizens get involved. We ride the perimeter of Beaumont, starting from Ford Park, praying throughout the city. There are markers throughout the city that you will be able to see while riding. And I really learned that Beaumont goes out a little bit further than I thought it did. So I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation. This proclamation reads, whereas Sunday, September 26, 2021 is the day that has been set aside as Pray Beaumont Day, to pray for the spiritual and natural prosperity and well-being of our city. Whereas in conjunction with Pray Beaumont Day and the Pray Beaumont Prayer Drive, our houses of worship encouraged to take time during their prayer service to offer thanks for the recovery from the storms and protection from future disasters in our city. Whereas every church in the city is being asked to set aside a time that Sunday morning to pray for our city, its leaders, churches, schools, and businesses. Whereas the power of corporate prayer from church congregations can affect change that can be manifested through spiritual leaders, unified prayer, and lead to more compassionate, involved, and happier communities. Whereas in conjunction with Pray Beaumont Day, churches from around the city will join together in a prayer drive, encircling the city with prayer. Now, therefore, I, Robin Mouton, Mayor of the City of Beaumont, commend the clergy of our city for their loving and caring efforts to pray for our city and its people, and do hereby proclaim Sunday, September 26, 2021, as Pray Beaumont Day in Beaumont, and ask the citizens of Beaumont to encourage this effort to pray for the betterment of our city and its community. Now, I have accordingly set my hand to the seal of the City of Beaumont, affixed this day, September 22nd, for Pray Beaumont Day, declared September 26th. Please come forward, Pastor Howard, and anyone that you have with you. Thank you.
We want to thank y'all for honoring this day, Mayor and Councilman. We appreciate the council for being a part of this as well. And we want you to know that, you know, sometimes we wonder if things really make a difference, and we know prayer does. And sometimes, even though through troubled times, it's a reminder that we can humble ourselves and God hears us. And, you know, when this started out about 20 years ago, 18. Yeah, about 18 years ago, I just heard of a minister while he was jogging praying for a city, and I thought, why don't we just do that? So me and Brother Cameron and Byron, a young man from Houston, was meeting for prayer every Tuesday anyway. We said, let's just pray over our city. So we drove around the city, and when we did that, we felt God's got something he wants to do in Beaumont, and Brother Cameron says, we don't need to keep this from the people. So he started developing call-ins, and hey, let's get more ministers to come along, and here we are today, a proclamation. And so by you giving this proclamation, what you're doing is you're not just keeping it to one individual, you're inviting a city to be a part of something that's greater than themselves. And I want to thank you for doing that, and God bless this wonderful city, and I know he has. God, thank you.
Thank you for your commitment. Thank you. See you on Sunday. At this time, I'm going to ask our City Health Director to come forward to give us an update on COVID-19. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Mayor, Council, City Manager, City Attorney. This is our weekly update, but what I would like to do, since the last time I was before you was August the 31st. And so the 3 weeks following that last meeting, I would like to give you the total of cases that we've seen in our city. So since August the 31st through September the 20th, in Jefferson County, we've had 3,549 new cases of COVID-19. So that gives us an average of 1,183 per week. And if we do break that down, so we're averaging in those 3 weeks 169 new cases per day. A sobering statistic for the month of August in Jefferson County, we had 82 deaths. And that's the most deaths we've had in a month since the beginning of this pandemic. Year to date for the month of September through September the 20th, we've already had 52 deaths. For the first 20 days of the month of September, we've had 52 deaths. Hospitalization in our trauma service area and in the state of Texas, there's 22 trauma service areas. In our trauma service area, we're number 3 in the state of Texas with the percentage of COVID hospitalizations, which we're at 27% in our trauma service area. But for our county, we're at 21%. So we're in line with what they're having in the trauma service area. But our ICU beds for our local hospitals, 93% of our ICU beds in our hospitals in our area is occupied by COVID. And so that impacts other issues in our city. So we're having our citizens having to be transferred out of state when they have other medical issues that's not COVID related because there's no beds available in our local area. Trauma service area as of September the 20th for the 9-county area, adult ICU beds available, 2. Pediatric ICU beds available, 9 in the trauma service area. Hospital beds available, 180. And we have 244 ventilators available. I just saw a report for BISD, which opened August the 17th. Since August the 17th, they've had staff 129 test positive, 555 students to test positive, and they've had 5 deaths among their staff since school opened August the 17th. So I want to commend you guys and thank you guys for continuing to encourage our citizens to get vaccinated. There is an infusion clinic that's open and it's doing wonderful things, but the vaccine is still the best tool for defeating this virus. And so we need to keep encouraging our citizens to get vaccinated, the ones who medically, they're eligible and age eligible. Our vaccination rate in Jefferson County to receive at least 1 dose is 58%, but the state average is 71%. So we're well below the state average. Fully vaccinated in Jefferson County, we're at 48.5, 49%. The state is at 60%. So we're well below the state average. So again, we just need to continue to encourage everyone to get vaccinated, continue to encourage everyone to avoid large crowds, wear your mask when you're amongst crowds of people where you don't know their vaccination status, continue to sanitize. We're asking folks to stay home if you're sick. We're approaching flu season. And so that's something else we're going to be dealing with on top of COVID. So again, thank you guys for showing good leadership by encouraging everyone to get vaccinated, showing good leadership by continuing to wear your mask. I think that has an impact on our citizens when they see the leaders doing the right thing. And that's our report.
Mr. Coleman,
Yes, ma'am.
could you state, a lot of people are asking about test centers just to test for COVID.
There's quite a few standalone emergency centers that are testing, but there's a cost associated with it. And so the cost can range from $80 to $150 per test. Now, Riceland Corporation Healthcare is providing free testing, as well as Triangle Area Network. They're the only two that I'm aware of that's providing free testing.
Thank you. We appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Councilmember Getz has a question.
The county provides free testing for county employees. I don't know if it's possible for the city to provide testing for city employees. We talked before about some issues with lab certifications, but I see there's something on the agenda today about lab certification for the health department. Is that something that the health department could do? Could the health department do testing for either city employees or for the public at large?
Currently, right now, the fact that we're not clear certified, we can't.
Okay, and what does it take to become that? Is that what we're talking about today on the agenda with regard to the lab, or is that something else?
I'm not aware of.
Okay, maybe I just saw something.
Well, to become clear certified, it's certain tests that the agency would have to run to become clear certified, and currently our lab does not perform those type of tests. And the reason why the county can do it, because the county, even though they're said Jefferson County Health Department, they don't do what we call traditional public health services or provide. They do more indigent care. So they have a physician on staff. So they have to be clear certified because they write prescriptions.
Don't we have a physician associated?
We have a health authority that oversees our standing orders, because basically what we do at our health department, we do TB, where we give out medication, and we do STIs, sexually transmitted infections. And so we don't do the type of services that require us to be clear certified.
But can we?
I mean, we can, but there's a cost associated with it. Then you're talking about hiring more staff, then you got to hire the staff that's licensed or certified to perform those type of services. But right now, the services that we do offer, there's no need for us to be clear certified.
Well, we've been given a lot of money by the federal government to fight COVID, and I would think that it would be appropriate to use some of this funding to ratchet up what we do in our public health department, because testing is also a key component.
It is.
Because if you think you may have been exposed and you just don't know, but you want to make sure, you got to get tested. There's no real other way. So we have a great facility, and you're doing a great job, but I would encourage council to consider heavily, because this thing's not going away tomorrow. And I would encourage councilors to consider what kind of funding are we talking about to do this.
With the COVID funds that's being allocated right now, we cannot use those COVID funds to become clear certified. Those COVID funds have to be, it's more increasing your workforce, but it's temporary. Most of those grants end in 2023.
Well, hopefully by 2023 we're done with this. But in the meantime, I think that we ought to do more as a city to provide testing for our employees and for the public, and that's just where I come down on it. The other thing I wanted to comment, this is kind of on behalf of my wife. You mentioned the infusion center. If you have the misfortune of becoming diagnosed as positive with COVID, it is essential that you go get an infusion just as soon as you know, because it can make a big difference in the severity of that disease. And right now, even though you said we're averaging 169 new diagnoses a day, the infusion center is seeing about 65 to 70 people a day, and they're capable of doing a lot more. So it tells us that a lot of people are being diagnosed positive and are not getting the infusion. And what that can mean is that they're going to end up in the hospital, and it can mean that they're going to end up dying. The infusion can make a difference. Do you agree?
It can, but with infusion, once you test positive with infusion, you have to qualify to be infused, meaning you have to have mild to moderate symptoms as well as some underlying health conditions. It can, but with this virus, what happens typically, or what could happen, is that you test positive today and you feel fine, right? You have no symptoms. And then overnight, you can go from being fine to being critical. And so typically what happens with people, once they start having symptoms, they get scared and they call 911 versus calling the infusion center.
But the other way to get into the infusion center without the mild to moderate symptoms that you're describing is with a doctor's order.
Right.
And, if you have got a positive test for COVID, you can ask your doctor to write you an order to go get an infusion, and they'll take you, and there's room. And there's no point in just leaving this stuff sitting on the shelf. And the reality is that we could lose our infusion center because it's expensive to run, and they cost average it per patient if we don't get enough people over there to receive the service. So there's just no reason to not go do it if you have a positive test. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner.
Mr. Coleman, as usual, I think you're doing a great job, but just a suggestion. Mike was saying that we should actually start testing for our Beaumont employees. I think it would be wise to actually partner with the ones who are already testing for free instead of reinventing the wheel. As you know, it's a shortage of doctors right now as well as staff, so I think reinventing the wheel would be pretty tough and extremely expensive. So we have 10 Healthcare and Rice on Healthcare already doing it. I think it would be extremely smart to actually partner with them and work out something whereas our staff for the city of Beaumont can have direct access to get the testing. And I think that's very doable and feasible, and it'll be way easier than kind of reinventing the wheel. So just a suggestion. I think that would be a good idea to kind of do that for our staff so they can have direct access for testing.
But for city employees, if you have insurance, and all city employees do, that's full time, they can go have the test done. That don't cost them anything out of pocket. Okay. It's charged to the insurance, so it's not an issue or concern for city employees in terms of testing. But we do work with and collaborate with all testing agencies in the city. So if a city employee was exposed, I mean, we work that out through human resources, where Chris Catalina has set up something where they can go to a particular standalone emergency room and get tested, and it's just charged to the insurance. It costs a city employee nothing out of pocket. It's just the concern is for the general public, because we have a lot of people in our city that does not have insurance. And so when you're asking someone to come up with $150 per test, you can only imagine the strain that is, but think about the family where they need 4 people need to be tested at $150. Because early on in the pandemic, all these services was offered free. And now there's a cost to it. So we just need more of our partners to step up and help out with the cost. But so for city employees, it costs us nothing out of pocket.
And last one. So the ones that are doing the free testing, is it possible that maybe we can put together maybe a flyer or a bulletin and maybe post it on our social media page for, you know, the people who are asking what are the facilities that are doing the testing. I think that would also be a good suggestion.
We've done that. We've encouraged people. They call us all the time, so we give them the phone number. So we encourage the citizens to call those agencies, so those agencies can give them their procedure. So when we start advertising for other agencies, and they may start changing how they do things, and we don't really want to be held accountable for that. So, but we do encourage people to call Riceland. We do encourage people to call TAN. And also there's one in Port Arthur, Gulf Coast. Those are what you call federally qualified health clinics, and they're supposed to provide medical services to the uninsured or the uninsured. So we encourage people to go to those agencies, and if they go, some of them also become a client. So now the people who didn't have health insurance now have some form of health insurance.
Thank you. Councilmember Duria.
The numbers you gave us earlier for Jefferson County, do you have the numbers for the city of Beaumont as far as vaccination rates, percentages?
For the city of Beaumont, and the reason why I don't really just give the city of Beaumont numbers, because I can only give you what we've done at the health department. You got other vaccination providers within the city that I don't have access to those numbers. So I can give you what we've done, but that's not a good picture of how many people actually been vaccinated in Beaumont. So that's why I'm always giving Jefferson County numbers, because both health departments have to report these numbers. And that's why I do that. But I can give you the number, what we've done thus far at the city health department as of September the 20th, from the very beginning of the vaccinations. We've actually vaccinated 52,961 people, but 15,200 of those people do not live in Beaumont.
Oh, okay.
So we've had people so far out as Florida.
There's a large percentage of people that don't come back for the second shot?
That's what we're starting to see statewide. I think there's roughly, the last report I heard was about 11% of the people in Texas have not received their second dose. But the key is there's too many people have not received the first dose.
Gotcha.
There's a lot of effort being put in, the booster and the third shot for the immunocompromised, and I agree with all of that. But as long as we have so many people who have not received the first dose, this virus gonna always have the ability to mutate. And so then you start dealing with different variants.
One other question, on city employees like first responders and things like that, if they test positive, are they covered? Is that covered under workman's comp, or they use their own insurance to pay for that?
I think if you're positive, that is covered in terms of your days off.
Okay.
But now if you're a contact, then you have to use your own time.
All right.
Thank you.
That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Cummins, thank you again
Thank
for
you.
always providing us with great information. Again, to the public, please, please, please get vaccinated. We will never, ever get to a point where we could be free of this dreadful disease. So thank you for that. This concludes our presentation and our proclamations. If you're here for that reason, you can leave, but we would like for you to stay, and you're welcome to stay. So I'll give you a moment to exit, and thank you so very much for coming. Now is the time for any citizens who wish to speak. If you would like to make a public comment on the consent agenda or items number 1 through 8, if you have not already done so, please fill out the green slip to the back of the room. Hand it to the clerk. She will call your name up to the podium. We would appreciate it if you keep your comments to 3 minutes. The green light will come on when it's time for you to speak, and the red light will come on when it's time for you to stop. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Brian Neatvo, 3415 Laurel, Beaumont, Texas, item number 3 on the agenda.
typically say good afternoon, Mayor and Council, but we're having an early start today, so good morning, all. I will be speaking on item 3 and 4, seem to piggyback each other. It's my understanding and, well, knowing that because I'm involved with it, there is a lawsuit on behalf of Brent Kuhn against JCAD for the new valuations that are, so this is a contested property tax roll, even though it's been certified as of 2 months ago. I encourage you guys to heed this, not a warning, but just understand that I wouldn't count our chickens before they're hatched as far as budgeting money that we don't know if it's going to actually come through. This lawsuit could have ramifications to where everybody's property values can go back to where they were the previous year. So homeowners were capped at 10% if you're a homestead. Property that is owned as commercial or office space, mine was taxed at 37% up. We're suing, and I'm going to get mine reduced. I think that he's going to win. It's speculative, but I'm just saying there's no telling which way this lawsuit's going to go. It doesn't really affect Beaumont as far as, you know, having to cover the cost of the lawsuit. That's irrelevant. What I'm trying to say is that I do believe that it's contested, and we should not be budgeting money based on not knowing if the money's going to be allocated to be able to be budgeted. That's all I had to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Louis Vaughn, 9615 Mapes, Beaumont, Texas, items 5 and 6 on the agenda.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Manager. Reference 5 and 6 is the increase in taxes, both the garbage. When I look at that, and in lieu of what we could have done in 2011, had we partnered up with GGI Incorporation, where they would have been paying the city, at this point in time, we would have been up to $40 million, $400,000 a year, to capture that methane gas. Methane is one of the greenhouse gases. And the idea is that what happens here is that it's number 3 when we start looking at in terms of 1 through 10. But what it does, and see, it affects the whole city, not just what a landfill is, but the whole city, because it's airborne. They got council in the Pale, they got council in the West End. The idea, though, is that we can do something about that, and there are still companies available that will come in and do exactly what GGI talked about. Maybe later on I'll talk about plastics and other things that's going on. There's a magazine that we could get, and they have all the information there. I've been studying this thing. I really want to talk about Amelda, but right now I want to talk about this, because this is so important to us. It's, man, you all are in charge, you see? And guess what? All I do is just come and deliver the mail. But the idea is that you all are held by higher calling. So I just implore you to, let's look at the landfills, look at that methane gas, and do something about that to help our citizens. And guess what? We can come back and what? Lower those taxes. Wouldn't that be a good gift? You can say, hey, look what we did. We came in and did this with the methane gases and the other things in the landfills, and look, we give you back what we had to increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
There was reference made to a company that tried to partner with the city, Mr. Manager, to do something out at the landfill. Did We never said no to that, as I recall. Did we? Or what ended up happening on that?
We had a draft agreement, and the company we were talking to at that time had to make a large capital investment. They chose not to move forward because the economics did not work. It wasn't a choice. The city of Beaumont didn't do anything. The company decided not to move forward. We're talking to a company at this time. So we've talked to a number of companies about this, but they have to make the capital investment, and when the economics again don't work, they're not going to make it. But it's not a decision that we backed out or decided not to move forward.
Thank you. Any other questions? At this time, may I have a motion and a second for the approval of the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd ask that item B be separated and voted on individually so that I can recuse myself.
Item number B. Okay, at this time, I would like to pull item B so that we could vote on everything but item B. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve the consent agenda minus B.
Second.
Second. Any discussion?
I have a question, Mayor.
Councilmember Getz.
I have a question regarding item J. Item J talks about renovation of the classroom on the third floor of the Emergency Operations Center. What exactly are we looking to do with that space?
I'll ask Tim Ochnichek to come forward and try to answer any questions you may have.
Mayor and council. Right now, we've been able to get some port grant money to, that'll be sufficient, depending on how the prices come back, to put in one large classroom that will hold at least 100 people and 2 conference rooms. And this furniture would provide place to sit in those conference rooms and the main classroom.
Captain, I've been up there. There's furniture up there now, but it says that it's old and obsolete. Isn't it that plastic furniture and
Yes, sir.
what are we looking at replacing it with?
The ones that are up there are so torn up. They're ones that we got before they were going to be either thrown in the dump or something else. You can't even write if you've taken notes. There's a lot of gouges in the tables and stuff. They're ones from another city facility that we had, tried to use and make use of it for the past 5 years or so. But the new desks are similar size. They're just smooth, so you can actually write on them on the tables, and then some chairs that will also go with the furniture. It's the chairs that are up there now are old like the tables, and they were going to be discarded at the time. We're making do with the furniture we have. You can't hear when you have more than a few tables in the same area. So you can't carry on a two-way conversation up there. It's too loud. So some of the adjustments we're going to do are going to make it so that it can actually be used as a reasonable classroom, and you don't have to have speakers to talk from me to you away.
Are we looking at replacing with the 8-foot folding tables and the chairs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, that's what's there now, but they're just torn up?
Right.
Okay. So I'm looking at this price of nearly $60,000 to buy these chairs and these tables, and I went over to Sam's Club, and their best high quality tables, you can get them for $120 a piece, and 50 of them would be $6,000, and 120 chairs would be another $3,600. So I'm not sure I understand why we're spending $60,000 when all of this can be replaced brand new for about $10,000. Can you help me with that?
I can. Mr. Ochnichek doesn't handle our purchasing items. That's done according to state law based on the dollar amount that we follow, and our CFO is over the purchasing division. So there are, again, laws that we have to follow. That's why the price is $60,000. Councilman Getz is the same gentleman that came to the mayor and I and said we should have moved the furniture from the old Harvest Club to the new event center.
Mr. Hayes, I didn't. That's an inappropriate comment.
And not buy new tables and chairs
Mr. Hayes,
for a $10 million new facility. So I just don't want you to sit here and give Mr. Ochnichek like he did something incorrectly. He's done everything properly. He's found these federal funds to pay for upgrading the third floor of the EOC. The dollar amount was done in accordance with state law. So to mislead the public like we can go to Sam's and just go buy tables and chairs, you cannot do that.
Mr. Hayes, I would like to know why we can't do that, because you're the same city manager that had us consider buying a high water rescue vehicle for $70,000 when the county was able to buy 4 of them for $6,500 a piece. So I'm trying to be financially responsible, and if you're going to tell me that we have to spend $60,000 to buy plastic tables and chairs that we can buy at Sam's for less than $10,000, I think there's a problem. I think there's a problem, and I'm not saying anything bad about Captain Ochnichek. I think he does an excellent job, but I wanted to find out what the information is, and you can't tell me that we can't go to other vendors and spend the money that we need to obtain these items and not be in compliance with state purchasing laws.
See, what I'm not going to allow you to do is say over here that those high water vehicles were exactly the same and spec the same. Okay? Number two, when you talk about tables and chairs at Sam's versus may have what we have spec'd, it's probably totally different. So
probably?
Yeah.
You don't know.
Either do you. Can you show me the specs for Sam's?
That I can show you. I was asking about the specs for this, and yeah, I can show you the specs for
Do you
Sam's.
want to start looking at the specs for every table and chair we buy?
If you're going to spend $60,000 versus 10, maybe I need to.
Maybe, okay. Do you want to explain it further about when you reach certain thresholds of what we buy, dollar amounts, how we go through that bid process, the way we handle it?
Yeah, so generally speaking, if we have a purchase over $50,000, we have to have it competitively bid. And one of the ways we do that is go through a co-op that's already approved through the state. And that's what we did this time. These bids, these prices for these chairs and tables were already competitively bid through a co-op, which means it was the lowest price for that spec of chair and table. So it was already awarded as the lowest bid, so we took advantage of that co-op.
But isn't it also true, Todd, that we can send out a request for proposals and have vendors respond? We don't have to go through a co-op, and maybe we can get, equally high quality products in response?
That's correct. We don't always have to go through a co-op, but if we have a particular widget that we're buying that's spec'd out and it's already competitively bid through a co-op, we're not going to waste the time of staff to go out and look for other individual widgets, whatever it is, to see if we can get a better deal on that specifically spec'd item.
Well,
that's one of the purposes of a co-op.
Mayor, I would ask that this item J be pulled out separately, because I don't want to vote against the entire consent agenda, but I cannot support spending $60,000 on something that I feel like we can get for 10. I can't comment on things like software when we have to go buy that, because that's not a field. But we're talking about plastic tables and chairs, and we're not talking about, technologically advanced items. I think that we can all understand what a folding plastic table is and what the chairs are that accompany them. We've all sat at them, and you can't tell me that it's okay for us to spend $60,000 for something that we can spend for 10. So I would ask that
Can I
be.
add something to that, Mayor?
I have a question.
One moment. Councilmember Turner and then Councilmember Knapp.
Staff, even for the people watching, often I know as a citizen, some of these conversations are over their head. So can you please explain the difference between a co-op and request for proposals? Because, we're speaking on this and people may be in the audience and people may be watching and they might not fully understand what we're actually really talking about. So can we please explain and kind of justify the difference between the two?
So pretty much like I said, a co-op is where requests for proposals have already been submitted to these co-ops. They've already spec'd out whatever item it is you're trying to buy, whatever service you're trying to buy. They've already been competitively bid, and they comply fully with the state of Texas procurement statutes. The difference is if we don't use a co-op, we do our own RFPs, and we have to solicit individual companies and then get those responses and then evaluate all of those, one at a time. The reason why so many municipalities, local governments, et cetera, use co-ops because the work's already done. It's already been competitively bid. It's just a quicker way to get things done.
So one more question. What happens when you submit RFPs and we run into an instance where companies that may charge the rate similar to what Councilman Getz may be talking about do not submit a bid, and you only get companies that do submit bids such as the ones we're kind of discussing today? Do we just go with the companies that submitted? How does that work?
Yeah, if we can't force anyone to submit a bid. So we can only work with the bids that are submitted. And then it's up to council to approve them or reject them.
And it's always the lowest bid.
It's always the lowest bid when you're talking about just purchasing a commodity.
And also, another clarification. Are we talking about Sam's tables versus a different type of table?
Yes.
Okay.
Tim, how are they different?
Councilmember Neal.
Thank you, Mayor. That's what I was wanting to say. There's a big difference in the quality aesthetics between the furniture that Hernandez, who is a very reputable company that's been in Nederland for many, many years, versus the lifetime plastic tables that Sam's Club sells that you're going to put in your warehouse and have a crawfish bowl on. I think that there's a misunderstanding on what's being purchased here. This
Well,
is nicer,
there might be.
This is
I'd like
nicer
to know.
furniture that you would have in a facility like the EOC. I mean, and as most conference rooms or areas where you have large meetings, you don't want to just have a cheap plastic chair in there that these guys are sitting in for hours on end. This is not Sam's Club type furniture.
Well, that's part of what I was trying to ask about. What is are we talking about apples to apples, apples to oranges? Because I've been up there, and what we have right now seems to me to be very similar to what we can get at Sam's Club. So if we're looking at something different and we're upgrading the material substantially, and it's a very different, much more durable, nicer thing, that's one thing. But I can't, as I sit here today, see what the specs are for. It's not described. I don't know what we're talking about getting. What is it about these tables and chairs that makes them so much more expensive, Captain?
Well,
One moment, excuse me. Councilmember Getz, you're addressing again to Captain Agnecheck, but.
Or
I don't
Todd.
think-
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Todd.
you're addressing it to the wrong person.
Todd, what is it?
I would have to check. I have a purchasing manager that handles all this. I don't get involved in the details of every single spec that we spec out, but I can certainly get that information for you.
Is this time sensitive? Is this something that has to be done today? Can we defer this for a week so that we can look at getting some more answers to this?
He said we can, and if you want to look at the cost of every individual chair and table, we can provide that to you.
Well, but I would also like to know, is there any other council member that wants to back what Councilmember Getz is saying? And defer it?
This was competitively bid after the RFP was put out. I don't understand. I mean, like I've said last time, I didn't get on council to pick colors.
I understand that, Councilman Neal, but I want to make sure and satisfy myself that we're talking about two different things, like you said. If it's two different things, then I will withdraw my objection and have no problem going forward with it. But if it's the same thing, and when you say it was competitively bid, we went through a co-op, and I don't know what kind of specifications we sent up to the co-op. If it turns out those specifications are the same or very similar to the same type of product you can buy at Sam's Club, then I'm going to have a problem spending 6 times the cost.
We're not having white folding tables up in the EOC.
I don't know that, because appears to me to be what's up there now. Have you been up there to look?
I have.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm sorry this came up. I mean, we don't know what the specs are for these tables at Sam's, so it's unfair to even start from that premise, okay?
At this time.
Second, I mean,
Mayor, I call for the vote on the consent agenda unless there's a second to Council Get's request. I ask you to call for the vote.
Okay, may I have a vote for the consent agenda excluding item B?
Mayor, we already there was already a motion and a second on the vote excluding.
Excluding item number B?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carry. Now at this time, I'd like to have a motion for item B for the consent agenda.
Move to approve B.
May I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Any abstentions?
One. Yes.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carry. Thank you. May I have the reading of our first item, please?
yes, ma'am. Mayor and Council, thank you for being here this morning. Willingness to start this meeting at 9:30, and the reason we're doing this is because we have a very large agenda with a number of discussion items, and also we'll meet again at 1:30 because of the way we posted our public hearing to hold a public hearing on our proposed tax rate. So the first discussion item is to review and discuss the operations and future plans of the Parks and Recreation Department. This was requested by council members Turner and Neild, and we're going to go through a PowerPoint presentation in a minute. Jimmy Neal is our Parks and Recreation Director. He is at a conference today and could not be here, and I wanted you to know who we have two park superintendents that do an excellent job, and they're both here. Milton Zachary is on the left. If you're looking out there, just raised his hand, and Chris Small is next to him. Mr. Zachary has been with the city of Beaumont for 30 and a half years, and Mr. Small's been with the city for 24 and a half years. Again, they definitely know what they're doing and do an excellent job out there within our park system. Stacy Lewis is over the Sterling Pruitt Activity Center. Andy Abear's over our golf course at Terrell Park, and Russell Grogan is over the tennis center. So as we go through this, it's just an overview. You can see that we have 37 parks within the system, and they're categorized, but that doesn't probably mean much for the average citizen. But I wanted you to know we had 37 parks, almost roughly 2,100 acres of park land, and the first park was actually Magnolia Park, which was established back in 1913. You can read through the different amenities throughout the system. We offer a wide range of activities and amenities. Looking to do more all the time. The pickleball courts are relatively new, well utilized. Pickleball is like almost. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's probably.
That's Mike.
What is pickleball?
In between, maybe you'd say playing ping pong and then tennis. It's a smaller court. We have a little bigger balls than of course ping pong.
It's a wiffle ball type of ball.
Next slide, please. picture of our tennis complex. You could stop there. So those improvements to the front entrance at Terrell Park were made, and we made incremental progress out there. And then the Magnolia Garden Club raised the money and paid for that structure on the left. If you're looking at the screen, it's very nice. And then, as we know, the Terrell Park Birding Center is under construction at this time. We believe will be a great asset to the park. So if you could keep it there for just a minute, Ms. Broussard. So how do improvements get funded? So our employees are out within those 37 parks for the most part every day. Mr. Zachary and Mr. Small, I mean, they're working with staff to what repairs need to be made, whether it's to playground equipment, looking at how well the grass is cut, to making sure that our parks are properly maintained, and I think our parks look really good. They're mowed in the growing season. We try to make sure they're mowed once a week. We want it to look like your front yard at your house. So we're making repairs every day. If projects are, generally speaking, greater than $50,000, then the next slide we'll talk about that. But if they're at least $100,000, normally we need to budget for them. If we're not going to pay for them with cash, then we come to you and we borrow money to pay for sizable projects. So what's in the capital program right now, as you can see, Riverfront Park, that's the bank stabilization for a little over $28 million, and 90% of that will be funded by FEMA. We've engineered that project. It's ready to go out for bids, but we're waiting. I've told you a couple of times, we're just waiting for the Corps of Engineers to sign off on it. And that is just a very lengthy project. You just don't know when that might happen. And then projects, yes.
Kyle, one quick question. Just out of curiosity, the Riverfront Park Improvement Project, can you tell me, do you remember the year we actually engineered the project? I'm sure I wasn't on the council at the time. I just want to know the year that it was actually engineered.
It started a number of years ago. I could find out when we kicked it off. We actually believe kicked it off with another company, if I'm not mistaken, Kyle, and then we moved to Lanier.
You're talking about the bank stabilization?
Yes, sir.
So what happened was we planned improvements at Riverfront Park that the council had signed off on before Hurricane Harvey. And then, after it, we lost so much of the shoreline, we came back, didn't move forward with those improvements. And so it was $3 million. $3 million was set aside for improvements at Riverfront Park. So we're using that as our 10% match for this project. But after Harvey, at some point we reached out and Lanier engineered the project for the bank stabilization. It's been ready for quite a while.
Yeah, we're at like 98, 99%. We're just waiting on the Corps to give us the final permit. We're hoping, though we don't have anything set, but we're hoping either by Thanksgiving, Christmas, sometime before the end of the year, that we would get approval from the Corps on the permitting. But it just depends on when they get that to us. Once they get that to us, we'll finalize 100% on the plans, and then we can proceed to bid.
Okay, so
This riverfront park improvement, basically is that replacing the shoreline that was washed away by Harvey? Is that what it is?
Not exactly. FEMA came back and they gave us an estimate of, I think it was around 48 million, if I'm not mistaken, in total. At the time, we came to council, and council agreed that it was not the best path forward to try to reclaim where the bank was prior to Harvey. And so what we're doing primarily is stabilizing the bank where it exists today for the most part. In a couple of sections, we're reclaiming a bit of ground. But then our proposal to FEMA is to take the remaining money that they had tagged for Riverfront and use it for the Collier's Ferry raw water pump station.
Once you get final approval from the Corps of Engineers, you have a timeline on this project, how long it will take to finish it?
I do have that, and I can get it to you. I think it's somewhere around, I'm guessing 18 months, beginning to end, but I do have the timeline from Lanier and can share that.
When that's done, will we be able to reopen Riverfront Park?
Oh, for sure, yeah. We plan to stabilize the bank, reestablish, there's a sidewalk out there now in some places, but we'll have in essence, a new sidewalk in certain places with additional lighting.
I would like a copy as well, Bart.
Sure.
Mayor,
Councilmember Getz.
one of the things that we've worked on for a long time to improve the aesthetics and usability of the park is the removal of the train tracks. And we have done that with all but one. And I understand that the old rail bed is used by the Port of Beaumont, but it is right there adjacent to Riverfront Park. Is there plans that we can go to the port and get their permission to landscape or plant grass and green up that area so that we can widen the footprint of Riverfront Park? It's going to be a much skinnier park than it used to be because of what washed away. However, if we were able to incorporate that rail bed into the footprint of Riverfront Park, it would actually be...
You're talking about the main rail bed where the 5 tracks were removed?
Right.
I think we're still waiting to define the right-of-way with BNSF for the remaining
We're
track.
We're working on a potential swap with the Port of Beaumont that I've told y'all about for years. With 2 new council members, we're working on a swap of property for some property the city of Beaumont owns close to the fence as you're going around the southern part of downtown by the courthouse, right adjacent to the port property, to where if we come to you and you approve it, the city would own this property back here. Okay, so from the water to the fence right now, Riverfront Park is owned by the city of Beaumont. And then outside of that fence line to what we'll say the west side of where the railroad 1 track is, that's owned by the Port of Beaumont. And then the city owns again, property going to the North Civic Center parking lot, Cypress Street. So we're trying to work with the port again on this swap where we would own everything from the edge of the water actually out to the middle of the water, but on the Main Street.
And we would green that up, but as I remember the last conversation with the port and BNSF are trying to work out where the exact right-of-way is for that remaining rail. And what happened is just BNSF and the port understood that there were 6 rails there, and 1 of them was BNSF's and 5 of them were the port's. But in terms of which exact rail was BNSF's and which one was the port, no one had exact records. It just went so far back there wasn't anything that noted it down on paper. And so I don't think, last I heard with the port, that they've actually got an agreement with BNSF that it's 30 feet each side of the existing rail. Once that's worked out, I know they've surveyed it, and then like Kyle said, we can then work with them to swap the 2 properties, and we'll be able to landscape the remaining.
I understand that we're going to need to have the meets and bounds and survey to actually do the land swap, but my question was more basic than that. Can we just get an agreement with the port to allow us to green up and landscape the property that we know that they already own, so that we can improve the footprint of Riverfront Park and make it wider than what it is now? So that, I mean, it is right there. What the port owns, as the manager said, is adjacent to what we own at Riverfront Park. If we can get an agreement with the port to let us plant grass, essentially, instead of the industrial gray rock area that's there now, that would improve the aesthetics of the park. Can we do that?
Mayor, if I might, the answer to the question is possible. We've not had that discussion with the port. That's not been something that's been presented or asked or requested of us. We've not had that conversation.
And the reason being, because it's going to be under construction for a year and a half plus.
Right.
Also, we don't have to, but we've been mowing that property for a while, and making sure it looks as good as it does right now. So if you leave, drive down there, that's our crew that's responsible for different areas in the central business district under Mr. Folsom and Kenneth Raggett. So we're already doing that, but we don't want to go plant grass right now on something that's probably going to be torn up.
Well, we've got probably a good 2 years, even if we get the core permit
right.
this fall. We've got a good 2 years to do it. I think in short, the answer, Councilman, is yes. It will be green space from the track to the park, and it will expand the footprint.
That's all I was asking. And Mr. Manager, I wasn't saying we should go plant grass right now. I'm talking about in the final vision when we have everything ready to go. Right now, the part that I'm talking about is primarily rock and gravel, and we're not mowing that. I'm suggesting.
To answer your question, yes.
Okay.
We want to grass up, green up as much of that area as we can.
Thank you.
Okay, so what you don't see is what these gentlemen do every day to keep our park system looking as good as it does, whether it's at the tennis complex, parks throughout the city, making repairs every day. That's what they do. So and it doesn't come before the council for a vote, right? So when it gets to a certain dollar threshold, you do have projects in here for consideration. And one is, we've talked about restrooms adjacent to the Rotary Playground out near the event center and the lake. It's very expensive, as you can see, $375,000. We do want you to, if you're willing to do it right now, I mean, we could put 2 porta potties out there. At least people that are bringing their family and young kids to the Rotary Playground could go to the restroom. So there are restrooms on the back of the event center, and they're accessible. I mean, they're open, except at nighttime. However, we've had a lot of issues with the homeless going in there and locking the door, and it's air conditioned inside, and they can stay in there for a couple hours. So if you brought your kid to the Rotary Playground and you bring them over to the restroom over there, it's locked, and you may stand there waiting to get in. It's locked for a long time, so you just leave. That's a problem. You could have the same situation if we put we've talked about this with staff a number of times, don't really know which way to go. You could put 2 porta potties out near the Rotary Playground. You might have the same issue. Now, it's not air conditioned, but you're attracting people that aren't there for the purpose of utilizing the park. So what I'm trying to show, though, is different ways that we fund capital improvements within our park system. And then you'll see new dog parks was a request of the council to put in the capital program. It's not funded, but it is a project for consideration. Next slide, please. Okay, another way that we fund this is, so you have the capital program where we issue debt and repay over, say, 20 years. And then there's also, we put projects in the capital reserve fund, which you approve every year as a part of the budget process. And we pay cash for these items. So the next discussion item is the athletic complex number 4, the lighting situation, which Mr. Folsom's gonna walk you through, give you a status report. I just wanted you to know there's 2 different ways to fund park improvements. Next slide. And these gentlemen and others make recommendations to the finance department, and then we have discussions whether, you know, how can we fund this, you know, which is the best avenue to do it. And you can see that in this is actually in the 2022 budget, which you're going to consider today, that we'll have a new spray device at Sprott Park, and we need to replace the playground equipment at Sprott Park, and we'll pay for that with cash under our proposed plan. And it's based on need. These guys have so much experience, and they're out there, you know, can we make repairs to keep it going? Our playground, is the equipment safe? You know, it's based on timing, need. Next slide. That's it. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions?
Through discussion.
Discussion.
Okay. You got
Councilmember Duria?
So is anything in place for just, like Mr. Zachary now, do they go through every so often each park and find, you know, just general maintenance? Like, do we have money just for something that might come up during the year?
Every day.
Okay.
That's what they do.
Now, would they know, like say, would they, like if we wanted to put a walking track around Sprott Park, would they be something that they would know as far as would it be used?
I mean, they could offer their opinions, because they're out within the system, you know. They know what the activity is out at probably every park, you know.
And also, mentioned to you, I guess, about replacing the turf out at the softball fields, actually replacing it with artificial turf. Speaking to some of the guys that put tournaments on out there, they said if they had artificial turf with all the weather, it would dry much faster and they would be able to play faster instead of canceling the tournaments. They have people flying in from all over the country. When they get here, the tournament is canceled because of the weather, and then they can't, you know, they got their hotel rooms and all the money that they spent to get down here. And then when they come, you know, they spend money here also. And so I think that would be something that needs to be considered as far as replacing all of those, you know, maybe 3 at a time. I probably can't do it all at once, but replacing all the, I guess, the infield with artificial turf. Because those fields are money makers for us, those softball fields.
Is that all, Councilmember Duria?
Yep.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner?
For the community to know, baseball actually is the #2 tourist attraction in the city of Beaumont. It generates the most revenue for hotel occupancy tax. So it's actually #2. So these baseball fields, I agree with Councilman Durio. If you actually do research at what's thriving at Full Park, is that the baseball facilities on weekends. So I think we definitely should make that a high priority on our list, because Fort Park's making all that money on baseball and we missing out because we can simply upgrade our fields. And I think from a financial standpoint, it'd be beneficial. My second thing is, it stood out like a sore thumb to me, amenities. I seen everything except for football. And the reason it stands out for like a sore thumb, I just got a little stats to back it up so everybody understands this. The city of Beaumont has produced over 40 professional football players And I'm not talking about Canadian League, NFL. So we have over 40 professional NFL players. We have over 20 guys playing overseas, and we have 2 that have actually went to the NBA. And we have 4 guys that went to the MLB, which is baseball. And I think we only have 1 tennis facility player, and Mike educated me on this, but my issue is all our money is invested in tennis. If you look at the tennis complex and you look at how many amenities we have, the most amenities we have is tennis. And if we're actually producing football players at that magnitude, it makes no sense whatsoever that we don't have any emphasis on what we're actually producing in Beaumont. So I think we should definitely focus on what we're producing and figure out a way that we can actually bring in amenities for the athletes that we produce. And we got kids that are currently in the NFL, they're coming back doing free camps to the community. And imagine if we had fields out there for these kids to play on and other amenities for these kids to do that actually do football. Football was known as the #1, we were known as the football capital of the world in Beaumont. So for us not to actually focus on what we're producing, even with basketball right now, we have a team right now that's number 9 in the nation in Beaumont United High School, and that's nationally, and that's right here in Beaumont, Texas. And look at the amount of players we have produced that are pros. So I think we definitely need to emphasize a lot more on what we're actually producing, because right now, according to these amenities, tennis is leading, and we're actually producing NFL and NBA players, and it's not about sports, but reality-wise, that's what we're actually producing.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Councilmember Turner, bringing this to our attention. I visited with Mr. Small at a function within the last 2 weeks about this, and Jimmy Neal, the Parks and Recreation Director. So your idea is really good. We plan on striping. We have some fields, but you're right, they're not striped, and they should be. So we're going to plan out to stripe some fields to allow for teams to go practice there, play there, and we're working on where we'll start, but we'll hopefully have 5 or more striped fields and keep them up. And so it's a good idea, and we want to do it.
Thank you. Councilmember Getz.
I completely support striping the fields that we have that are out there that are able to be used as football fields. But I'm going to suggest to Councilmember Turner, not only do we want to improve our facilities for opportunities for our citizens to participate in what we're producing, like football players, but we also need to be able to provide facilities for recreation for our citizens that pay the taxes. There's a lot of citizens that enjoy playing tennis, and just this past weekend we had a college invitational tournament at the tennis facility in which Lamar and other schools from around the country were able to participate in. Lamar, as many of us have known, has just moved to the Western Athletic Conference, and I'm pleased to announce that they're going to continue to have the conference tournament at Beaumont. They really like that, even though it's not the Southland anymore, because it's not really Lamar's home court, because it's not out at Lamar. So it's considered a neutral site, but it's in Beaumont. And so we can go out there and support our Lamar athletes. And then, of course, all the high schools come out there and use it for tennis facilities. But I really want to talk about 2 other things, and one's related. We talked about pickleball a minute ago, and some of us on council have not been introduced to that sport yet, but it's the fastest growing sport in Beaumont. I've played it a couple of times. I prefer tennis, but it's a very fast growing sport. We don't have enough courts, and we have had a lot of requests to convert some of you don't convert them, you add additional striping to a tennis court. And I've had a lot of requests to have some of the tennis courts at Rogers Park striped to be able to be used as pickleball courts. And it's important that we do that, Mr. Manager, because the USTA will not allow you to have their types of tennis tournaments. And I don't know about the WAC, but you can't, at least for USTA purposes, play tennis on courts that have pickleball stripes on it. So we have striped 2 of the indoor courts for pickleball inside, and we've striped 2 of the outside courts for pickleball. So we've taken 4 courts of the tennis center away from being able to be used for USTA tournaments. It would be helpful and very affordable if we could stripe courts at some of the other parks for pickleball and leave the courts primarily for tennis at the tennis center, although I acknowledge that pickleball is growing over there. That's one of the things I wanted to bring up. We're talking about also things that are affordable and also that a lot of people want. And since we're talking about parks, this is probably the appropriate time to talk about putting a dog park at Rogers Park. And I've talked about this for 4 years now. And in 2017, a petition started. 2,600 people have signed that petition. These people are primarily folks that have apartments and townhomes in the vicinity of Rogers Park. We all know we have a leash law in the city of Beaumont. You can't let your dog just run free and exercise, so the answer to that is to take them to a dog park. We do have one dog park in Beaumont right now. It has a set of problems that goes with it. There's a lot of transients out there. There's a lot of things that happen over at that dog park that make people not want to attend. And every time I drive by there, I don't see anybody there. And so, and I go by there pretty often. So I'm suggesting that this would be the time that we go ahead and move the Rogers Park dog park from the consideration phase of the capital plan to the construction and design phase of the capital plan, and figure out if we're going to fund it with available cash from the capital reserve, which we've already had some bids brought in on this. What has to happen to make that occur, Mr. Manager?
Councilman, you brought this up probably 4 or 5 times in the last 4 years, and you haven't been able to get 3 votes, to my recollection. So the proper time to do it, though, would be when it's considered this afternoon, either as a part of the budget or the capital program.
Okay.
Not right now.
Okay, well, I'll be bringing it back up this afternoon. I thought we were having an overarching talk about parks right now.
That doesn't have anything to do with funding.
Okay. As long as we're continuing to talk about parks, moving out to Terrell Park, I think Terrell Park is one of the best assets that we have in the city. It's something that we need to develop more. I would encourage us to consider maybe adding a kayak launch out there. I think we have a navigable body of water that cuts through Terrell Park. It would be perfect for kayaking. It would be one more opportunity of activities that we can do out there. I would also encourage us to finish the equestrian trails. We've started on it. We've made some good progress. It needs to be finished, though, in order to provide a complete loop so that people can go out there and ride their horses along the trails and not have them horses along the street, which can cause problems. It would be better to have the equestrian trails finished on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner.
I just simply want to kind of respond, because I know I mentioned the tennis facilities, but I kind of want to reiterate this so I can make sure the community understands how serious I am and where I'm coming from with this. We have 42 tennis courts, and the new thing, pickle courts, we have 12 of them, and that's on amenities. So I kind of really do think it's a huge issue that we do need to address that. Yeah, even though people like tennis as an amenity, we're actually producing real pros in this particular field. and we aren't really focusing on it. So I want the community to make sure I understood clearly from the stats and the numbers, the amenities are great, but we're actually producing professional athletes that are coming back to this community, giving back, doing absolute free football and basketball camps. So I think we need to put more of an emphasis on what we're producing.
Thank you. Councilmember Samuel.
Thank you, Mayor. At this point, I'm curious to know how many covered basketball pavilions do we have in our park system now?
You have one at college, at the athletic complex. Where else, guys, do we have?
Sprott. Sprott
So
Park.
we have
We
about
took-
4 or 5? Okay, it's 5.
We took down the one at Rogers and Magnolia due to the condition at that time and the cost to go back in with a covered pavilion. But so we have 4.
You consider Sterling Pruitt?
No,
That's
no,
a
that's a
gym.
gym. So it's 4, not 5. Okay. Okay, Pine Street. Okay. Now, at one time, we had covered facilities almost in every part of town. Now, of those that we have now, did we lower the goals at one time? That wasn't done. Okay. Okay. Now, much of the year, the Sterling Pruitt Center is pretty much booked. Is that correct? We have things going on, programs going on ourselves. Okay. Does that somewhat restrict the open play in the gymnasiums when we're having our programs like the basketball leagues? Does that impact the ability of kids to come into the gym and play?
That would be something Stacey Lewis would have to answer because, mainly, Stacey's over that program in that area.
Okay. Well, I do recall that was a time that pretty much if kids wanted to play basketball, they could go to a park pretty much near them. And I understand we were concerned about the cost of renovating the coverings, the covered facilities. So I think that one of the things we have to always be mindful of is what we're doing to encourage athletic activities for our young people in the various neighborhoods. So I would tend to look toward enhancing those type of facilities in our neighborhoods, giving kids the opportunity who can't afford transportation to go to some of the other covered facilities that may be available in other parts of town. Because at Rogers Park at one time, a lot of guys my age when I was young, we would travel to Rogers Park to play ball on Saturdays and Sundays. And it was a covered pavilion. So, you could play there pretty much at any time. But I'm not certain it wasn't, I've always been an advocate for outdoor covered facilities because you can't play on the cement if it's wet, dew, rain, and heat. It's hot. So when we talk about provisions for the citizens, I think we have to look at the overall citizens also. I understand the love for people and their pets. I'm a pet owner. I have the luxury of having my dogs in the yard. Everybody can't do that, but I also put my dog on a leash, and we go throughout the neighborhood. So as we begin to look at this, Sterling Pruitt is not always available for people to play ball in that area. So we need to think about that. And we need to think about the children in the other areas of town, the North End, North Park, the Parachute, or the South End. At one time, you could go to those parks and people would be playing all the time. So I think we need to focus on our people, first, and we need to make sure there are facilities, because I was happy to hear that the former Y is now being open not only for sports or not only for activities out on the back lawn, but they're opening it for wellness. They're allowing people to come walk. They're allowing people to go into the gym at some time. But we still have a responsibility to provide those type of amenities throughout our city. And I don't think we actually have that opportunity at this time for children in each area, north, south, east, and west, to have a place to go to play basketball. Because as Councilmember Turner stated, there's always been a strong support and a strong basketball programs across the city, whether it be in the schools or even some of these, I forgot the AAU leagues. So we have to provide something like that to assist in that. And when we talk about football, I mean, I know Sprott Park had a football field at one time, and it's still there.
It's still there.
It's still there. But the North End complex over at Babe Saharia's, those are soccer fields. But we have some strong AAU football teams, football leagues in the city of Beaumont. So I just ask that we continue to use the process that has been placed to reflect the interests of the overall council. That is what we've done over the years. And so I just ask that we continue to pay attention to the process and the programs.
Thank you, Councilmember Samuel. Councilmember Durio.
Just a few questions. The covered basketball goals, are they lighted? Do they have lighting? Yes. They do?
All of them do.
Okay. Earlier this year, citizen came up and he was wanting to use Sprott Park for Little League football, and he was supposed to get with y'all. You know, we know where they are in that process. Is that happening now, or is it getting ready to start, or what?
Yes, I believe that gentleman hasn't reached out to us yet, but I know a couple of years ago that he did, in which we were striking the fields for them during that season.
All right. On here it says Terrell Park, there's a 2.8 mile walking path. Is that the marsh? Is that what they're talking about, the Cattail Marsh?
It might be the loop from the, say, the golf course around back.
Yeah, that's not really a walking path, that's a street.
True.
You know, they would like to have a walking path, because a lot of people walk out there and ride their bikes out there, and they do it on the street. And also, I've been informed they're having a problem with drainage at Terrell Park Golf Course. I know we got a bid on just to see how much it was to get it fixed, and it's pretty pricey. But if we're gonna have it, we might as well do it right, because if it rains, it's a few days before they can play out there again, because the ground is so soft when the ball hits it, it just sticks in the ground. It doesn't roll, and that's something. If we're gonna have it, we might as well do it right. Also, I've been talking about the walking path. I've been on different golf courses where they actually share the cart path with walkers and bicyclists, and I wonder if that was something that we could look into. That way we can by fixing this drainage, it's very costly, but we could open up that to more than just the golfers. We could open up to bicyclists and walkers also, because I think I walked that course and played, and it's about 3.5 miles when you walk it. So that would be That'd be good exercise. That's something I think we could look at. Also, can you tell me on this sheet, what's the difference between the different types of parks? Community, neighborhood, urban, and special?
Okay, so a community park used to, well, you can look at those in red, where people would generally maybe drive to those parks for the amenities.
Okay.
A neighborhood park, in the old days, and again, we're 180, say 5 years old, but the first park again was established in 1913, where people could walk to a park, or it was in their neighborhood. So those are classified as neighborhood parks.
Could I interject, City Manager?
Ma'am?
Could I interject for Councilmember Duria? So Liberia Park is a neighborhood park. Sprott is a community park, which is in your ward.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the community parks are generally a little bigger, more amenities where you might drive there. And then a special park, the hike and bike trails, we classify as special. ML King Park here on ML King Boulevard, Diffkin Patriot Park, the skate park. So they're just classified really for our purposes. Don't have to be at all. We just, you know, we try to ensure that all 37, again, locations are well maintained, welcoming. You know, we pick up the trash 7 days a week, not at every park, but generally the larger parks that have a lot of people for the most part. So we're out there, and again, I want to thank staff for what they do. They do a great job, and you know, it's just a lot of times people take for granted when they go out to these facilities, but there's a lot to it, and they're on top of it again every day, and they're subject to being called out on the weekends. These two guys, but they do a great job, and we appreciate what they do.
Thank you. Councilmember Getz.
One of the answers to providing bicycling paths and pedestrian paths at Terrell Park could very well be to finish the equestrian trails, because these are asphalt trails that they are using with spill from streets that have been taken up, and it provides a suitable surface for not just the horses but for bicyclists and for people that want to walk out there. So that would be, to me, a logical thing to go ahead and follow up on, so that you'll have the whole loop finished. It's probably halfway done right now, but that would, and you could be walking and bicycling out through the trees, which is nice, you know.
Deal with the wild hogs.
Well, yeah, you know, that's always going to be a problem. But you know, I will say that when I was out there for the 911 ceremonies, the people from the Botanical Society were very complimentary of the hog wire fence that was erected out there. They say it's doing a job and it's making a difference. So I thank the council and administration for putting that out there. It helps. On the basketball, you know, I didn't realize that we had so many covered courts in the city. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 covered courts in the city, and they're lit at night. But so there's covered courts, it looks like, in every ward. I don't know if there's one in Ward 1, but in the other 3 wards there are. One of the things that we can focus on is collaborating with BISD to open up the gyms of the schools after school and in the summertime to provide indoor play. And that would be easy, because there are schools in every part of the city, obviously. And I have spoken with some of the trustees on the school board, and I thought we were going to have joint meetings more often with the school board. We've had one, but that would be something that we could talk about, and it would be easy to implement. I think something like that could come under the guise of the recreation department. Might need to hire some more people to do that. But, you know, if we were to partner with BISD and, you know, maybe the city could provide a part-time person with limited hours to kind of oversee the activity that's going on in the gym, and then let BISD be responsible for maintaining and cleaning up of the gym at night. You know, I would envision something like from 5 to 8 o'clock, you know, and then, you know, maybe extended hours during the summer. But I think the BISD school board would be receptive to this. I think it's worth exploring, and those facilities are already there.
Well, that's something that we could discuss at our joint meeting.
And another obvious place to go to is our churches. We have lots and lots of churches in Beaumont that have gyms that are not being utilized. And I would encourage us to reach out to our ministers and pastors and, you know, see if we can collaborate with them. But all of that can be organized through our recreational department, and I would encourage us to do so. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Turner.
Question for the Parks Department. Do you guys have like maybe a vision workshop when y'all talk about short-term parks y'all want to see accomplished within the next 2 years? Do you guys actually present plans to the city? Because I've been going through some of the capital budgets, and I see parks in the budget, but I actually didn't see, you know, I just seen the Sprout Park, which I think is great, but actual park improvements throughout the community, you know. Like, we're doing a good job maintaining them, but I'm kind of looking at taking them to the next level. Do you guys kind of have vision workshops to whereas y'all kind of talk about plans for parks and the direction as a Parks and Rec department we want to take our parks? Do we do that?
Oh, yeah, sure we do. We sit down with the director and we go over everything that we need to go over before he presents it to the manager. And we have some things on the books right now, actually, that we would like to have. We have a couple more tennis courts that we'd like to have refurbished. Playground areas. We have a couple spray pads that we want to put on the books that we're going to have one I think coming up in 22 that's going to be redone. We want to kind of upgrade them because for the most part they're kind of outdated, more or less. So we want to put some more special features like we've done some of the other parks. So as far as that, yeah, and the playgrounds, longevity for the playgrounds anywhere from 8 to 10 years. And after that, sometimes they're obsolete. So it makes it hard for us to put parks back in there.
Yes, sir.
When we do that, we have to close them off to make them safe. So we don't want us, city, to get in trouble as far as somebody going out there getting hurt. So you and I have to kind of put our heads together and determine which direction we want to go, and then we'll talk to Jimmy about it, and we'll present it to the manager. And we get it. And if we don't get it, we'll go back and ask for it again next year. So we're gonna keep pressing for it because we don't want to give up. Because again, we want to work for the community. We want to make sure everything that we do out here is safe. And we check our playground daily, and we get a report on them daily. And at the end of the month, we put in our monthly report that what we have done. So yes, we try to have some type of agenda, and we call it a 2-year. We used to do a 4-year plan.
Yes, sir.
But now we call it a 2-year plan because, you know, you just never know. And we deal with vandalism. So that's another big issue we got out there. You know, it's hard for us to go out and put new trash cans in. And, you know, you want those cans to last 5, 6, 7 years. But in 8 to 10 months, somebody will burn one up. I just got a picture the other day on my phone where people sent me a picture where somebody just burnt the can. You know, so we have a slide issue. You know, they use the slide for skateboarding. So by the time they get through skateboarding on the slide,
It ain't the same.
it ain't the same.
Got
So
you.
we gotta put more money into those things. So I think for us, we do the best we can with what we have and what we're presented with. But that doesn't stop us from keeping our agenda, you know, at the top of what we need to do as far as the public is concerned.
Yes, sir. And my second question is, my first 2 months I was on the council, I asked the question, what was our most frequently visited parks? And I didn't get an answer to the question, so I took the liberty myself to go every Saturday to see which one of our parks are the most busiest. And is it the Centennial Park, the one downtown with the waterfront, the waterfall on the front? Is that called Centennial Park? I'm asking, is that the name of it?
It doesn't have that.
Rotary Park.
Playground.
So Rotary Park, that's what our young families and a lot of people, they're there every Saturday, literally all day. So when I did a little research about Rodeo Park, it seems like it's a handicap accessible park. And I know with the handicap accessible parks, there's a lot of grant money out there to fund those type of parks. So even with parks, if we that's why I was gonna ask, do we look at grant money in the direction when it comes to replacing some of this equipment? Because kind of seeing that type of equipment is probably the more new modern equipment, but it seems like families, that's what they kind of prefer to go to. So with it being grant money out there for those Rotary Parks, do we kind of have someone in the Parks Department that kind of looks at the grants for the equipment and things of that magnitude?
The Rotary Playground was, the Rotary Playground was paid for by the Rotary Club, and then they turned over the assets to us, and we maintain it. So, we look at grant opportunities all the time, whether it's within employees within the Parks Department and our finance office mostly looks at grant opportunities, and when they're there and we think it's makes sense for the city, it depends on a lot of times what the match requirement is. And you can go apply for a grant all day long, but it really needs to be for something you're already planning to do. Otherwise, you're just spending more money on different amenities you weren't even planning. So if y'all could stay for the next two items, we have a lot to do today, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions. We'd like to move forward and start working down this list, if that's okay.
Yes, we've been on this item number 1 for about an hour. But before I call for a motion, I would
There's no vote on this, Mayor.
We're not going to do a record vote today?
No, this is just discussion. This Item number 2 is to receive a status report and get direction on the lighting situation at Complex 4 located at the Athletic Complex. And Keith Folsom, who's over our facilities, will come forward.
Good morning. I've got
morning.
Sahib here from Sigma Engineers, and he's the engineer kind of in charge of this project. So I'm going to go through the slide here with you and kind of give you an overview of what we're proposing, and then if you have any questions, Suhaib can answer them for you. But basically what we're doing, we have 12 poles that's out at the complex, and they've all been taken down and laid down at the site. What our proposed plan is to come back and pour a new concrete footing, foundation with anchor bolts. The poles will be retrofitted with a base plate and some bracing components, because we're modifying a pole that was intended for direct burial. So We are gonna have some lights that'll have to be replaced that maybe were damaged when they were taken down or when the one pole fell. We'll have to rework our wiring from pole to pole and modify existing conduits to tie into our new footings. The poles will have to be paint applied to the base of them because we'll be doing quite a bit of welding at the base of that pole on the interior part of it and the exterior to prevent oxidation in the future. And then once all the footings are in place, conduits are done, we should be able to reinstall the modified poles, energize the pole, make sure all our lights in working order. Then we'll do a site cleanup and dress up. And right now, our probable cost is about $365,000 is what we're anticipating. That's with engineering fees, modifying the poles. I will have some probably additional material testing that probably be added to that cost. But that's our general plan on it at this point. If you have any technical questions, you can go on to the next slide and kind of show our detail of what we're doing, a detail of our footing, how we're adapting the base plate to the existing pole, and you'll see the number of anchor bolts that they're proposing for it. So if you have any questions, I'll let the engineer kind of answer if you have any.
Any questions? No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go if you want to.
Mayor, Council, Mayor, you okay? for number
I'm
three?
okay. Can we move to item number 3, please?
The next discussion item is to review and discuss possible improvements to the basketball court located at Rogers Park. And this was an idea that Councilmember Turner brought to me. I think it's a very good one. So what he suggested, and I agree, he said, look, we have a lot of folks playing at a number of parks, but you have more playing at Rogers Park than probably anywhere else, and then probably over at College Street, the athletic complex. Then we could talk about maybe 3, 4, and 5, but there's a lot of citizens that go out to Rogers Park to play basketball. So he said to upgrade it, make it cooler, for the lack of a better word, more attractive. You know, he talked about painting the court with BMT, the logo, which then I went to Keith and asked him to cost this out, and we can provide that to you. Let you take a look at this.
And this court has an existing servicing on it, similar to like a tennis court servicing, but it is in need of repair or resurfacing at this point.
So we'll let you digest that, and then there's some.
And that this court was put in like in 2009 when the new community building and that new parking lot was constructed. And I think it's a little bit smaller court than probably some of the other courts that we have at the other parks.
So we would want to do this at, you know, a number of parks throughout the city. We would just have to budget for it appropriately. And I think, you know, Councilman Samuel could tell us, hey, this is a court in Ward 3 that has some activity. And Councilman Durio could do the same thing in Ward 4. We need to look probably at, you know, doing this at a number of courts throughout the city. So we're talking about Rogers Park today, and that was Councilman Turner's idea. You know, we could look again at the athletic complex. So just want to get your thoughts before we move forward and see if there was buy-in.
Mayor,
Councilmember Getz.
I like the aesthetics, but I am thinking that it might make more sense to start this at courts that are already covered because it will allow the surface to last longer. Heat and sunlight are the enemy of these covered court or these textured courts. Tennis courts, have to be resurfaced regularly because of heat and rain, and they cause the breakdown of the surface. That's kind of what's happened to the surface of the basketball court at Rogers Park. It's the same, as you mentioned, type of surfaces they have on the tennis courts.
Correct.
It's not covered, so like tennis courts have to be resurfaced regularly, so would the basketball court. Putting these types of, it's attractive, Councilmember Turner, I like it. Putting these types of facilities at covered courts that we already have will make them last longer. If we're going to make that kind of an investment, to me it makes sense that we do that first. That's my thoughts on it. Not saying no to Rogers Park. I'm just thinking it makes sense to put it where it's going to last the longest period of time.
Thank you, Councilmember Turner.
Prior to me bringing anything to the council, I always study it prior to bringing it. And like I said, I spent 2 months going around the city of Beaumont every weekend to see which parks were the most visited. And Rogers Park, not only on Saturdays, but literally every day, children out there playing. And that's what's considered the premier park for basketball, where younger people and younger adults go. So that's the reasoning for that, based off the numbers and statistics and which park is utilized the most with basketball. And like I said, it's kind of like a pilot, not to shy off any other parks. I spoke to Councilmember Samuel about, what park he felt like they played basketball the most at. Not just putting them at a park, but actually putting them at parks that match the demographics and what they're actually doing at the park. So it was actually a lot of thought into it, a study that I performed on my own to see which made the most sense. And this is the reason why it's presented first at Rogers, because that is the park that they play ball at the most, and they play literally every day at Rogers Park.
Don't you think, though, that if you added something like this at some of these other courts, that emphasis might shift? I mean, the park at the municipal tennis facility or athletic complex, that's in Ward 2, and the park at Rogers Park is in Ward 2. And if you're asking the Ward 2 councilman where he'd like to see it done first, it would be at the athletic complex. Reason being is that it would last longer. And I think that you would see increased play if you put professional basketball goals down there instead of what they have now. In fact, I think one of the are both of the goals up now? Because there was...
No, sir. The goals have been down for almost 4 months. That's another thing I'm saying, that I actually research and pay attention to what's going on in the area. And it's not a slight on the Ward 2 councilman at all, Mike. I'm at large, and I'm for everybody. So I have to make decisions for the entire community. So like I said, the reason being that we started at Rogers because that's the most visited. And the park on College Street, this goal has been down for roughly 4 months. I've already been in communication with Kyle and staff in reference to this goal. So these are things that need to be addressed, that need to be paid attention to, and we need to actually be able to provide the proper answers for the community. But that sports complex, like Kyle even said earlier, he think that needs to be the second place we do it at. So it definitely is a priority, but it's a priority based upon where they play ball the most.
Well, I didn't. What's the problem with getting a goal back over at the municipal athletic basketball court?
I can answer that. It's who we purchased that equipment from that's been bid out, back ordered. There's a lot of things across the country due to the manufacturer and transporting. I mean, there's a lot to it. So we are looking at, because of the cost, again, explained earlier, depends on what you're trying to buy and the cost. Basketball goal, there's two goals out there, so you want them to match. So we are gonna look into possibly just going and buying 2 new goals for that specific location that we think will be under the dollar threshold. May not even have to bid it. But we're gonna look at that, try to do something in a timely manner. But it's not staff's fault that, you know, we have it on order right now. It's just, things are just backlogged. So.
They're scheduled to be in today.
Sir?
They're scheduled to be in today.
Okay, good deal.
Got an email, 3 days ago from the vendor, and, she emailed us, told us that it should arrive.
We're talking about one, not two.
No, 2.
We're replacing both of them?
Also, I'm sure there's some type of maintenance that's built into, once you do these courts, you're gonna go back and maintain.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to add. I mean,
Thank you.
Rogers Park, like I said, it has a servicing in there now that's reached its end of its lifespan, and a lot of it is worn off of it. So we're really gonna have to, resurface that, or you'd have to strip all the surfacing off of it. But what I wanted to add is, when you do that, it's like a tennis court. You got a cleaning and maintenance procedure you're gonna have to follow to maintain it. And when you get into the outlying parks and everything, I think basketball courts are gonna take more abuse. So we could have a lot more damage to that servicing than you would probably on a tennis court. You'll have people going in there riding their bicycles on it and skateboarding on it. So that's something to consider when we start doing that, that it's gonna be an ongoing cost that, you know, probably every 8 to 10 years, you're gonna resurface these courts.
Thank you.
Just wanna throw that out there.
Thank you. Councilmember Samuel.
As I was sitting here, some things began to get a little bit clearer about a process. And I think that's one of the things you're going to have to deal with, Councilmember Turner. One of the bases, one of the suggestions by an advocate at Rogers Park was to lower the goals, to eliminate some of the age group of the players that were playing ball there. Then the other option that was brought up was removing one of the goals, because guys would go to Rogers Park to play full court, and one of the goals was removed, so that tended to eliminate that. So I think the elephant that's out there is there was an advocate that was concerned about not the traffic and the amount of individuals or the number of individuals that were playing ball at Rogers Park, but it was the type of individuals the basketball courts attracted. That became a primary focus at one time. And that's why one of the goals was eliminated at the park.
No goals were eliminated at Rogers Park. Am I wrong? We've always had 2 goals at Rogers Park.
Are there 2 goals there now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that was one of the biggest concerns, and those were the discussions when we were talking about basketball at Rogers Park.
Any other discussion? Thank you.
The council feels comfortable we move forward, make improvements at Rogers Park, and then we look for funding to
Well,
do it.
I haven't heard from anybody but Councilmember Turner, myself, and then just now Councilmember Samuel. I would like to see us start at the covered facility at the athletic complex for the reasons I stated. You know, if we're going to do all this, don't you want the surface to last as long as possible and not be subject to the rainwater damage that it could?
You wouldn't have any outdoor tennis courts.
Mayor, may I add something to that?
Councilmember Neal.
Thank you. So the way this originally got started was that we received phone calls about concerns about the court being slick. And so we originally called the city manager.
It's not slick, Councilmember.
I'm telling you what the phone call was.
One moment.
I'm not.
One moment.
I don't play
Councilmember
basketball,
Neal.
so I don't know. I received a phone call that the court was slick. Councilmember Turner just got on council. We go out there and look at it, talk to some of the people out there, and we call the city manager and say, hey, we're being told the court's slick. It has a surface on it that looks like it's failing. Can we reseal or whatever you do to the court? And so that's why Rogers Park was originally the first one picked to have this done. So we're really doing two things. One, trying a new idea out, and two, also fixing what was the original issue.
Well, when you put a tennis court surface on a basketball court, just like on a tennis court, you mix into that paint grit and sand so that it's not slick. You don't want to be slipping and sliding on a tennis court, and you don't want to be slipping and sliding on a basketball court. So when the surface was put on the basketball court at Rogers Park, it actually improved traction. But as Keith has said, it was put on in 2009, and it's time to resurface it, just like you have to periodically resurface tennis courts. But it would be wrong to say that it's slick. It's not. I mean, if it was just concrete, yeah, it can be slick. And if you look at
it's filling.
Well, we're going back and forth.
Yeah,
We're going back and forth.
the municipal
whether it's
tennis,
slick or not.
the municipal tennis facility basketball court is nothing but concrete. And when it is humid like it is frequently here, yeah, it is slick. And it is really dangerous to play on when it's humid conditions out there. So again, that's another reason why I believe personally that we should start there. I also think that it would be interesting to see how much more attendance you get there if you put these types of improvements there. I mean, hey, I've said what I've said. I'm the councilman for that ward. I think I know the people that live in my ward pretty well and what they'd like to see. I think they'd like to see it over there at the municipal the municipal athletic complex before you start at Rogers Park. But
Councilmember Durier and then City Manager.
Yeah. One thing I want to say, man, before I can go along with this, understand it, I defer to Councilman Turner. He's done his study. Another thing, Rogers Park is people from all over Beaumont come to play there, not just people that live in Ward 2. There's people from all over Beaumont to play. What I would like to see, though, is a plan to resurface parks all over the city when we go along with this, because you know we're going to hear about it. They resurfacing Rogers Park. You know, what about Liberia Park? What about Alice Keith? What about Charlton Pilot Park? So if I know this is like a pilot program, but we need to have a plan to go through and resurface other parks all over the city when we come out with this one. So when people ask, what about the other park, we say, well, this is a pilot plan. We're seeing how it's going to go. And from there, then we're going to start resurfacing other basketball courts in the city.
Absolutely.
Mayor,
City
Council, I
Manager.
think we have the direction we were looking for, and we'll move forward.
Thank you. May I have the reading of the next item, please?
Okay, the next one is to review and discuss allowing the temporary parking and occupancy of recreational vehicles within residential districts for family and friends affected by Hurricane Ida. What happened is a citizen that y'all know sent you an email saying, hey, the Code of Ordinances or the zoning ordinance prohibits this, and after other storms, you basically approved a moratorium where people could help, family and friends. So Mr. Boone is out of the city, but I did visit with him last week, and we were moving forward to ask you to possibly approve a moratorium again. We just don't think that's necessary at this time because they're not even really aware of anyone doing this right now. So if that changes or we learn that there are people out there in RVs, we'll come back to you and ask you to consider that. But right now, he said they're not aware of anyone, and so there's no issues. So I just wanted to bring that up. And again, things have changed over the last couple of weeks.
Well, and also the moratorium was done because we were affected by the storm here in our city. So our city was not affected by Ida, thank God.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? City Manager, will you
Okay,
have the
the
reading?
next item is to review and discuss adding Juneteenth to the city's holiday list. I'm gonna pass this around. The holidays are actually approved by the council in the code of ordinances. And some council members visited with me about Juneteenth this year. And, you know, I explained that, again, it was too late to make any changes. At that time, it was right around that date. And then I told you I'd look at the next schedule, which has been provided by Mr. Catalina. And so I just wanted you to see, these are the current holidays. And if the council would like to add Juneteenth, we could bring that back to you, and you'd have to approve it again by amending the code of ordinances. Another option, we could designate Juneteenth as, instead of a floating holiday, but we would recommend to you that we add Juneteenth and bring it to you at a subsequent meeting.
Any discussion?
I have a question.
Councilmember Getz.
How does that affect the budget if we do that, if you add another holiday?
Well, there is a cost, and the cost is that employees that are actually working on that day would get overtime. Not police and fire, because it's not in their contracts. You're not talking about a lot of employees. It's just be an added day off for the employees if the council so choose to add it.
Councilmember Neal.
Thank you, Mayor. What are you typically using the floating holidays for? Or floating holiday, right?
Some days, it depends on the year, and it depends maybe where Christmas may fall, or Thanksgiving, one of the larger holidays, for example. Then sometimes we'll designate that in advance as the floating holiday. If not, then the employee gets to choose when they take that day. Because they may be celebrating, you know.
Like if Christmas is on a Tuesday, you'll make that Monday a floating holiday or something like that?
We've done things like that in the past, yes.
So some places I've seen where you'll have, I don't know, you can add 2 or 3 other things on there. You could add Columbus Day, you could add, I don't know, pick another one, say Juneteenth. President's Day. And so you add additional floating day, and the employee can choose one of those 3 or 4 days to use as their day off.
Yeah, that's a good idea too. The council could do that. You could add another floating holiday. We just, you know, we have some employees that are Jewish that took off.
That's right.
1 or 2 days in the last week, and you know, so that'd be a good thing because again allows flexibility. But it's up to the council.
Irregardless, it's not going to change the cost factor because
No,
if
ma'am.
it's a holiday,
That's right.
it's going to be the same cost. So you're going to bring it back to the council?
Yeah, I can bring it back in a manner that y'all can choose whether you wanted to add Juneteenth as an official holiday. You could add another floating holiday and let the employees choose. It's up to y'all. But if it's okay with y'all, we can bring it back in the next couple of weeks.
This is a federal holiday now, right?
Yes.
I know where I stand today, but I'm okay with a few weeks.
Okay. Yeah, you have to vote on it because you have to amend the code of ordinances.
Thank you. Councilmember Getz.
Okay, so let me understand. If we have floating holidays, as Councilmember Neal suggested, city offices and services would still continue to be provided because for everybody else that's not taking the floating holiday, they'd be expected to be at work. But if it's designated as Juneteenth would be a holiday, then I presume all city offices and libraries and so forth would be closed. Is that right or not?
That's correct.
Unless the floating holiday is designated as a holiday.
And that depends on the year.
Depends on, if Christmas is a Tuesday and the manager designates that Monday as Christmas Eve as a holiday, then everybody, offices will be closed.
And that's what typically has been done, as I recall, for the past, however long I've been here. Is that generally what you try to do, is find one of the holidays to give people a longer time off?
Depends on the year and where those major holidays fall.
Any other discussion? Thank you. May we have a reading of the next item?
Okay, the next item is to discuss whether or not to move forward with Oktoberfest, which is planned for October the 16th, 2021. At this time, we are planning to hold the event, but didn't want to. We wanted your buy-in, so it's a large event, attracts thousands of people. It is outside, so before we for sure moved forward with Emily Wheeler and her staff, we wanted to see if y'all agreed.
I'd like to ask Emily if she would come forward and speak to what has been canceled because of COVID that's coming forward. Thank you,
Good
Emily.
morning. It's almost afternoon, but we're not there yet. I can speak to events in our facilities that have canceled in the last few weeks. Is that kind of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay, so we've had 19 events cancel since the end of July in relation to COVID, and some of those go into December. Baby showers, anniversary parties. We've had a couple of galas, dog show. They kind of run the gamut. They range from small events to events with 500 or so people.
So, with the dog show, which would be outdoors, correct?
It was inside the Civic Center.
It was inside?
Yes. So all of these events, all of these 19 events were indoor events.
Indoor event. Okay.
Mayor.
Councilmember Getz.
So I think maybe what you were thinking of was Dogtoberfest, which is the dog show that.
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Well, anyway, Dogtoberfest, as I understand, is still going forward with Beaumont Main Street, and it's going to be a live outdoor event. And of course, we have a high school athletics going on. We have Lamar athletics going on. We've had Bow Olympics. We've had Juneteenth. We've had a lot of these events that are happening outside. As I understand it, you've already got contracts in place with vendors for Oktoberfest. That you've got musicians lined up, you've got vendors lined up, and those contracts are in place. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. We've planned the event to move forward. However, we've made sure the city's in a position that if we were to not move forward with the event, the city would not be out any money or be liable for any of those contracts.
No, but it would have an economic impact on the vendors, and it would, be a big disappointment to a lot of citizens to not move forward with this. And I can't understand any reason why we shouldn't do an outdoor event. We have more and more percentages of our population being vaccinated. We have therapy that can be provided to people that contract COVID. So it's a great event, and I hope we go forward with it.
I think it's a great event. I also know that the numbers that we were given today of 35,957 cases from August 31st to September 20th is a big number. Although the event will be outdoors, it will allow for people to have some social distancing and spacing. And I just don't want to see a spreader to add to what we're already dealing with in our city. Because 35,000 is not a small number. Being third in the state of Texas is by no means to be ignored. And so I'm going to ask for council for a vote. We're not going to vote on this one either today. No vote. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and call on Councilmember Duria for his comments.
I just want to ask Mr. Coleman, what would his advice be on this deal? Hey, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you're our professional. You have that knowledge. I was just asking you, what would you think? What would be your suggestion?
Well, when we look at outdoor events, The whole idea behind outdoor events is if you can social distance outdoors. But if you're having an outdoor event where you're on top of each other, then that takes away an outdoor event in terms of COVID. So if you have an outdoor event, like you have to have football games are going on, you have the stadiums are packed, right? So you're on top of each other with no mask wearing. And so if anyone's out there with COVID, you got a great chance of spreading COVID.
That was about clear as mud.
Well, I mean, the decision is you guys. I just think a lot of people think just because you hold something outdoors that you're okay in not spreading COVID.
And try to social distance even if you're
Yeah,
outdoors.
I mean, outdoors is great if you can social distance. But if you can't social distance and you have hundreds or thousands of people on top of each other, then you're still in close proximity of one another. So if we don't want to have COVID, there's a great chance that an outdoor event could become a super spreader.
Mr. Coleman, you're not advocating that we pass something to ban high school football here in Beaumont to prevent stuff like that happening?
Councilman Guest, I don't have that authority. I'm just stating facts.
Okay.
You know.
And then of course here comes basketball season right behind football season, and now we're not talking about an outdoor event. We're talking about indoor events, you know, and we're talking about Lamar University playing indoor basketball, you know. So the question, you know, it sounds to me like this is going to become a political question, and where's it going to stop? You know, if we're going to let people live their lives and make the decisions that they think are best for them, then that's what we should do. Nobody compels anybody to go to any event. And if you want to be absolutely safe and make sure you don't contract COVID, the best way to do that is stay home all the time. That's not practical for a lot of people, and it's not the desire of a lot of people. And so, I don't even know why we're talking about this. I'm sorry?
You're talking about it, Councilmember.
Well, I'm talking about it because there seems to be a push to have Oktoberfest canceled.
No one has said that. No one has said those words. You are saying that.
Okay. Well, good. All right.
You are saying that, and you are discussing it.
Well, then I'm
Do
glad.
we have any other discussion? Okay, we're going to move to the next item, please. Thank you.
Mayor, that's it. If you're okay, we recess.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you so much.
We're moving forward, is that?
Yes.
Okay.
We'd recess and come back at 1:30.
Okay, at this time, we're going to recess and reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
How you doing?
What about you?
I've had an upper respiratory
Thank you very much.
allergy draining of my chest. I think it's kind of funky, you know. How you doing, brother? So I've been fighting that. I didn't bring something.
What's up, man? What's going on? Doing all right? Huh?
You know how you feel. You get that stuff in your
Appreciate
chest.
it.
You just don't.
What's up, Dave? Doing all right, man? Oh, that's good, man. Good seeing you.
Somebody said that Sahara Desert dust. If that's the case, that stuff's nasty.
I don't know what it is.
I'm tired. I'm tired of that. I'm tired of COVID. I'm tired of COVID. I'm tired of this meeting.
All right.
We're talking about a lot of stuff. I started to speak up. The last time we did this, it was 12 years ago, 2009. $25,000 divided by 12 years. You're looking at $5.86 a day to resurface that thing so these kids can play ball. Can we move on? I was going to, Kyle shifted it on me. so I let it go. But that's what you're talking about, so who cares? Let's move on.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I thought you killed you, huh?
And everybody is talking about it. No, Mike, you're talking about it.
I'm glad y'all held it in advance long enough for me to get here.
We did.
I didn't miss nothing.
But that's where I get frustrated. $5.86, it's worth it. Kids play. And then one day, maybe one day we can come back. Today,
Appreciate it, fine, Mike.
And then I don't care how tables are changed. It's not talking about tables are changed.
Oh, thank you. I thought that was so.
It's a waste of my time.
Not mine.
Are you doing too much? Mike, though.
Hey, Tom.
What's up, man? What's up, boy? What's up, big baby?
1:30. We're meeting. City Manager, will you please take us into the public hearing? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We have a public hearing to receive comments on the 2021 fiscal year 2022 proposed tax rate.
The floor is now open for anyone that would like to speak on the public hearing. Do we have anyone?
I don't have any, Mayor.
Okay, we don't have anyone. Okay, I will close the floor at this time. Do you care to speak on the public hearing? I mean, you're welcome to. Okay, thank you. I would think so, yes, sir.
Are you speaking on something regarding the budget, or are you speaking on something other than that? Budget, tax rate, taxes. Yeah, that's what the public hearing is. You do want to speak?
Thank you.
Nick Hunter, 9155 Mapes, Beaumont, Texas.
Thank you.
Is the clock gonna run, or?
Go ahead.
Okay. Madam Mayor, council, staff, don't get back there. You too, Tina. Eisenhower once said that for every gun that's made, every warship that's launched, every rocket fired signifies, in a final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It's spending money in the sweat of laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. And this has never been more evident than when I walk through my park every day and I see homeless men sleeping on the benches and undocumented immigrants playing in the park fully clothed on the splash pad, right? There's in our community of Amelia, there's a lot of good, hard-working families, a lot of families that have to have multiple generations in the same home. And where we're at as a community, we're starting to see more and more corporations, I'm sorry, I'm gonna take this down. More and more corporations come in and buy homes as quickly as they can, turn them around and start taking in people from other communities using housing vouchers and move them into our community. And it's continuing to happen at the same residences, and the caliber of people that they're bringing into our neighborhood. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing violence, they're bringing things that we don't want in our neighborhood. So I've been talking to a lot of the teachers at Amelia. I've been talking to a lot of my neighbors just walking through there. And in the budget that's proposed, I mean, obviously you guys are doing the best that you can. I mean, the state mandated that all the property taxes in the state had to go up based off of new construction. And to me, that feels like taxation in a way that isn't fair to everyone. So I have a whole list of objections to that. But it seems like you guys are taking the lesser of two evils to make sure that we as taxpayers have the best possible scenario. Is that how it actually is? Am I reading it right?
We can't comment,
Okay, cool. Well, then I'll go back to this. All right. I had some more stuff written down, 51 seconds. Okay. So, essentially, we have a lot of people in my neighborhood who are organizing. They're getting together block by block to kind of put together some ideas of what we can do. I know one of the line items you guys have is for dog parks. So Pearlstein Park is a park that's been in our neighborhood since Amelia was founded. It has a huge open area. I've actually had contractors out there to take a look and to see what it would cost to build a dog park. I was trying to raise the money myself, but essentially with the cost of labor, we were able to get somewhere in the neighborhood of $87,000. So out of the $460,000 that you guys have budgeted over the next 4 years, I'm sure we'll have more than 2,600 signatures. We can get a petition passed around, whatever it takes, but we would like to see a dog park there at Pearlstein Park.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. City Manager, will you take us into our next item, please?
Mayor and Council, item number 1 is an ordinance entitled, an ordinance referred to as the Annual Appropriation Ordinance adopting a budget for the fiscal period beginning October the 1st, 2021 and ending September the 30th, 2022, in accordance with the Charter of the City of Beaumont, apportioning the funds of the City of Beaumont, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for severability. So Senate Bill 1760 provides that if the tax rate exceeds the no new revenue tax rate, the vote on the ordinance setting the tax rate must be a record vote and must be approved by at least 60% of the members of the governing body, which is 5 votes or more. If the tax rate vote fails, then the lower of the no new revenue tax rate or prior year tax rate will be the tax rate. So the fiscal year 2022 budget was submitted to council on August the 10th and reviewed during a work session on August the 24th. A public hearing was also held on August the 24th, which met the requirements of the charter and state law. The administration recommends approval.
You've heard the reading of the item. May I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved to adopt the budget.
Second.
And we also need to have a record vote, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the second. Who's second? Thank you.
Call for a record vote.
Well,
Mayor,
can we
we-
have discussion?
I'm sorry. Councilmember Getz.
I would like to propose that we table the vote on the budget until after we have had discussion and a vote on the capital plan. To me, and there's been an email correspondence between myself and the city manager and Mr. Semino on this. To me, it's being presented to us opposite the way it should be. I believe that it makes more sense for us to know what we're putting into our capital plan before we decide what our budget's going to be. There's no state law that says that we have to look at, in the order of sequence of things, adopt a budget before the capital plan. That's purely a matter of local control. Now, we've done it this way for a long time. It doesn't mean it's the right way to do it. It doesn't mean it's the wrong way to do it. I'm just saying that I think we ought to consider the capital plan before we adopt a budget, because depending on what we put in the capital plan or take out of the capital plan may impact what we're going to put in the budget or what we're going to vote on the budget. So I'd like to see it tabled until we have the capital plan decided, but if there's a second, great. If not, then I guess we'll go forward.
Would anyone like to second Councilmember Getz's motion to table?
I have a question, Mayor.
Sure,
Does
Councilmember Neal.
Does it affect anything one way or the other?
Only if the council, the only thing I could think of, because Mr. Semino, our CFO, has had a lengthy conversation with Councilmember Getz and emails, and, that didn't work. So the only thing that might affect the budget is if the council said we want to borrow more than $33 million, which is what y'all decided well over a month ago. But let's say you did, then that would affect the tax rate, which is in the budget. So that's the only scenario I could think of that would affect them.
But if we change the capital plan or budget today, wouldn't you have to start all over and have it reposted before you actually voted on it again?
So that's where the city charter comes into play.
And
There's,
y'all's budget would go into effect automatically if we don't vote on it before October 1st.
right.
So,
So the way it works right now with the city charter, and we tried to have this section removed from the charter during the election, but the voters decided to keep it in. So the way it reads is in the budget section on item, section number 6, says before inserting, and this is all after the public hearing on the budget, which we've already had. Before inserting any additional item or increasing any item of appropriation, it must cause to be published a notice setting forth the nature of the proposed increase and fixing the time and place no less than 5 days after the publication, at which council will hold another public hearing. So if you put something into the capital plan and wanted to fund it through the budget, that's going to increase your appropriations in your budget, which would trigger the need for another notice to be published, which means we can't vote on the budget till after 5 days after the publication.
wouldn't the proper way to vote on this and have a budget amendment if you make a change to the capital plan that you want to fund this year?
That would certainly be the most efficient way.
Say that again?
You would, a budget amendment.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it doesn't really bother me either way. I mean, but I assume vote on the budget since we have that before us now. And then discuss the capital plan and amend any changes that the council would prefer.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you. All in favor of approving item number 1, please signify by saying aye. I'm sorry. Record vote, please.
Mayor Mouton,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samuel,
Yes.
Councilmember Durio,
Yes.
Councilmember Getz,
Yes.
Councilmember Turner,
Yes.
Councilmember Felshaw,
Yes.
and Councilmember Neal.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion carried. And we have the reading of the second item, please.
Mayor and Council, item number 2 is to consider a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2022 capital program. The capital program was originally submitted to council back in May. It was submitted to council on August the 10th with the budget and reviewed during a work session on August the 24th. The public hearing was also held on August the 24th. The administration recommends approval.
You've heard the reading of the item. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilmember Getz.
I would like to amend the capital program to move the construction of a dog park out of the consideration phase, the dog park at Rogers Park specifically, out of the consideration phase and into the construction and planning phase. Again, this is something that's been pending for 4 years. I learned for the first time today that there is some citizens that want to have a dog park at Pearlstein Park, and that's something we can always talk about, Mr. Hunter, but right now we've got 2,600 plus citizens that have signed a petition specifically asking for a dog park to be constructed at Rogers Park. And like you, the numbers that I have seen to construct a dog park are less than $100,000. So it's not a really big ticket item. We gave direction today to make some improvements to the basketball court at Rogers Park that's going to cost $25,000. And that was just presented for the first time today. This other item has been presented, and I've been bringing it back up for 4 years now. So the money is there in the Capital Reserve Fund. The desire on the part of the citizens is there. I'd really like to see someone amend or second my motion to amend so that we can have further discussion on this.
I have a question, Mayor.
Councilmember Neal.
Thank you, Mayor. So going back to I guess the comment I made on the last one, without kicking the can down the road, I think probably the best way to handle this specific item is for us to vote on the item that's here. One of the things that I would like to offer, and I don't know the rest of council's opinion, but if you would make a request to have the city manager bring us the Rogers Park Dog Park for a vote, I would second that.
Well, I've tried that in February, and we know what happened then. And so, we then, following that, we had a workshop on this particular item, and that didn't fare any better. And so I'm willing to do whatever we need to do and follow whatever path that we need to follow to try to make this happen. Again, this is not Mike Getz's pet project. Doubt if I would ever use it. There are lots of citizens that Councilmember Turner, Councilmember Felshaw are accountable to, at large. The mayor is accountable to, that are asking for this. And I think that when you have that number of citizens make a specific request like that, it is my obligation as their elected official to try to make that happen. So that's what I'm trying to do. Mr. Manager, I'm asking you if this is not the appropriate time to do this, is there a better procedure to follow than what I'm trying to do right now?
I would bring it back if you want to after October the 1st, and then you just have to identify how you're going to pay for it. You know, look, you can go construct a dog park for $50,000, $100,000, $500,000. Depends on the size and what amenities you have within the fenced area. So what our staff did is went and looked at the size of the facility over at Ida Reed Park, and for an equivalent facility, that's how Mr. Folsom came up with his estimate. You can do it for, again, a lot less. You can do it for a lot more. So, but what you're going to need to do when you come back is, let's say it is an estimated $150,000 per park. You just have to tell the council, are you going to pay for it out of your fund balance? How are you going to pay for it? And then that can be put on the agenda anytime.
Well, and again, that's what I tried to do in February. And so when we got the specifications back from Mr. Folsom, one of the biggest ticket items on there was a concrete apron that went around the fencing of the dog park, which is not there at Ida Reed Park. And we don't have to have concrete, we don't have to have that pad. In fact, when I was at Minute Maid Park over the weekend, I noticed that they didn't have a concrete pad all around the fencing. They just used Roundup or some weed killer, and so that they wouldn't have to edge right there around the fencing, which is what they do at Ida Reed Park. So, again, I was told in February that the appropriate way to do this is to get it in the capital plan, and then to talk about it at the time that we're trying to pass the budget. I was able to get it in the capital plan, and now we're here talking about voting on the budget. So I'm doing exactly what I was instructed to do back in February, and I guess it's just simply a matter of whether or not the rest of council wants to have this constructed at Rogers Park or not. And so I would like to see it move. I would like to see the capital plan amended to move the Rogers Park Dog Park out of the consideration phase, because we know that things can sit in the consideration phase for 20 years or more, and some things have. But move it out of the consideration phase and move it into the planning and construction phase. Then we can talk about how to pay for it, which I would recommend come out of the capital reserve.
Can I clarify one thing?
Councilmember Neal.
If we amend the capital plans, now somebody please correct me if I'm wrong. If we amend the capital plan, we don't vote on it today because it has to go back out for another public hearing at a later date.
That's the way we understand it, and he just said he wanted to pay for it out of capital reserve. The capital reserve is a totally different, capital reserve is totally separate and apart from the capital program. The capital reserve is in the budget itself. These are two separate documents. So he just said he wanted to fund it out of the capital reserve. That's in the budget. It has nothing to do with the capital program.
Councilman Getz, I still think that, like I said, if you make the request to the city manager, I don't have a problem seconding that for this to be voted on right after this budget's passed, or after October 1st. And it's not that you did anything wrong by getting this in the capital plan, but I think what it just boils down to is there hasn't been 4 council members that want to see that go through.
Look, if we don't do it, if we can't get this done today, then I will come back, and I'll keep coming back, because that's what the citizens in Ward 2 want. So, from what I'm gathering is no other council members willing to second that, and it doesn't have to be the capital reserve. But I thought the capital reserve was available cash. Is that not right? Didn't you say that earlier this morning? Did I mishear you?
The capital reserve is paid for with cash every year.
Yeah.
The capital program is a totally separate document that is either funded by issuance of debt or cash as well. You can pay for it any way you want to, but you're talking about two separate documents and funding mechanisms.
I understand that. So,
Thank you. Councilmember Turner.
I'm looking at the project for considerations, and I see $460,000 on here. Can somebody kind of
Yeah, that was an
enlighten me
estimate
on all of
for
that?
3 dog parks. So when this was brought up sometime, I don't know if it was earlier this year or last year, but when it was brought up to be placed, it was brought up by the council to be placed in the capital program as a project for consideration. And when that was done, the council said, please put this in the capital program. It was for 3 possible dog parks. 3, they weren't identified locations, but 3 dog parks throughout the city of Beaumont. And so that's when Mr. Folsom came up with his estimate, which I think is a good one. Can you cut costs and not do the concrete under the fence line? You bet. Sure. So it's just a matter of what amenities you want. But to answer your question, there's for 3 dog parks.
and Councilmember Turner, the one for Rogers came in at about $110,000, and I noticed that $37,000 of that was to put a concrete apron all the way around underneath the fence, which is not what is there at Ida Reed.
So for me, Mr. Manager, I'm sorry, man, I didn't raise my hand. I apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah, but for me, Mr. Manager, my question is, okay, that was roughly, roughly, hold on, I just did the math. That's roughly $153,000 per park, and I understand we discussed cutting the cost, but my concern is, I would like to see, kind of a balance in each ward, kind of what the demographics demands. Like, I noticed we have 3 dog parks. Either we talking about, some of this funding. Could we kind of look at, with this funding, would it have to be 3 dog parks since it's budgeted if we picked it? Could it be, maybe we look at Ward 3 and get with Councilman Samuel, see something he may be interested in to kind of balance it out, so then everybody kind of can get what they're looking for at their park. Could that be possible?
Yes, you just, again, you have to define what do you want, how are you gonna pay for it?
Yeah.
And then our job is to tell you ways to fund projects, what the ramifications are, so forth. But no, the council could, this is a project for consideration, meaning it's sitting in there because it does not have any funding identified for it.
Understood.
So it can be amended. The council could say we're going to do 1 dog park. The council could say we're going to go do something in wards 3 and 4, 1 and 2. However, let's say that your example, Councilman Samuel said, I'd like to see X, Y, and Z in Ward 3. That's fine, But that's not listed anywhere in the capital programs. You'd probably have to do that out of cash in the capital reserve. The capital reserve, you have a lot of flexibility. You still have to identify the funding though.
Yeah. So me personally, I can only speak for myself. I'm open to improvements across the city, but I would like to see it. You know, let's try to balance it off straight across the city as much as possible. So yes, I'm open to improvements across the city, but more so, I want to make sure Wards 3, Wards 4, and Wards 1 kind of get their fair share. Like, I just want to kind of balance it around, but I am open. So if we're discussing it, I kind of want to even if staff could come with us to show us, get with council, do a workshop, and we can do overall improvements. But I am open.
Councilmember Getz.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the dog park alone right now because there does not appear to be an appetite right now amongst council to fund the dog park at Rogers Park. I will come back. I want to talk about something else that's in the proposed capital plan that I have a concern about, and that is the 555 building. Right now, what is worded, the way it's worded, is to spend $5 million to acquire and demolish the former AT&T building. Since that whole conversation started, other developments have occurred, and that involves the possibility of bringing the Battleship Texas to Beaumont. So there's a lot of enthusiasm and a groundswell of support out in the public about bringing the Battleship Texas to Beaumont. Today, I think we received a letter. I know we received a letter. I'm looking at it from Beaumont Main Street, in which their board has endorsed enthusiastically the desire to bring the Battleship Texas to downtown Beaumont. As I understand it, the Sabine Area Restaurants Association will be sending a similar letter. The Chamber of Commerce is meeting with representatives of the Battleship Texas Foundation today, and it's my belief that they're going to support bringing the Battleship Texas to downtown Beaumont. I was on the board of Beaumont Main Street just about from the very beginning, and I have always desired improvement downtown. For many, many years, I officed downtown. I still own property downtown, and I want to see downtown flourish. It was controversial, and I was adamantly opposed to the city purchasing the AT&T building because I could not see a return on that investment. I still don't think that tearing it down and building a park is going to drive a lot of people downtown. However, parking the Battleship Texas in the Neches River will drive a lot of people downtown. It will. And in order to make that happen, we requested documents from the Battleship Texas Foundation as to what they want to see in order to come downtown. What's the most important things that they have to be provided by a city desiring to have them move the Battleship Texas there? And what we saw was, number one, the most important thing to them is increased ticket sales, increased visitation. And why Beaumont is something that is interesting to them is because where they sit right now, they average about 80,000 people, visitors a year. But Beaumont has proximity to Interstate 10, where you could see the battleship from the Purple Heart Memorial Bridge, where almost 250,000 people go over it every day. Will they all come see the Battleship Texas? No. But will some of them? Yes. And I offer by analogy the USS Alabama in Mobile, where 300,000 people go see that ship every year, parked right off of IH-10. And you'll say, well, Mobile's not at Beaumont. Where the Battleship Alabama is is not a big destination place. So it's the proximity to I-10. So we offer visibility, easy on, easy off access. They also want a deep water port. Well, we got that. They want utilities to power the ship, electric and water. We got that. But what else do they want? They want a 10,000 square foot building at least to house their museum. They want a building to house their administrative offices. They want a place to sell tickets. They want a place to sell concessions. They need bathrooms. They need a parking lot. As it turns out, by the city buying the AT&T building, that checks every one of those boxes. If the city were to lease the first floor of the AT&T building to the Battleship Texas Foundation, we would have the rest of the building that we could lease out for other purposes. All of this kind of got started with the desire to develop our riverfront and maybe put a restaurant or something out there on the water for people to be able to enjoy and eat. An enterprising restaurateur could take the top floor of the AT&T building, put a kitchen in it, and have an incredible restaurant with a view, an elevated view of the Neches River and the Battleship. Or, because rooftop restaurants are so popular now, someone could come out and put a restaurant on the top of the AT&T building, because that building was constructed in such a manner that it could be elevated 12 stories. So we know that from an engineering standpoint, it would withstand the load of a rooftop restaurant. Now I ask you, what's going to draw more people downtown, a park or the Battleship Texas? Concerns were raised initially about, well, what would the burden be on the taxpayers of Beaumont if we were to bring the Battleship Texas here? Not much at all, because maintenance of the battleship will not fall on the shoulders of the taxpayers of Beaumont. It's not like the Orlick that was in Orange. Maintenance will always be the responsibility of the state of Texas and the Battleship Texas Foundation. What we would be asked to do is to provide mooring facilities and the infrastructure necessary to bring the battleship here. Lanier Engineering was contacted, and they provided some estimates of what it might cost to put the mooring facilities in place, and they estimated about $5.1 million. But I have spoken to BOMAC, marine engineering people, and have been told that they will offer to donate, it's not for free, but at reduced costs, materials and labor. And I think other segments of industry will get behind that too. There's a petition going around amongst veterans that are signing it, saying they want the Battleship Texas to come to Beaumont. So I've spoken a while now to lay out the vision that I think that would be the hook to get the Battleship Texas to come to Beaumont. And that is offering the AT&T building to them, at least the first floor, at a lease. That will seal the deal. But we as a council have got to decide first the threshold question. Do we want the Battleship Texas to come to Beaumont? Because we've never responded to the request for proposals sent to us by the Battleship Texas Foundation. The ball's in our court. We have got to decide if we're going to respond or not. And we've got to decide if we want it here. Since we're talking about the capital plan today, part of that conversation is what to do with the AT&T building. We shouldn't demolish it. We need to hit the pause button on it. We need to wait and see what materializes with the battleship. The city manager's job is to go get things done. If it's in the capital plan and it's been funded, then his job is to get it done the best way he can. He once told me that if 4 of us vote to tear down the Civic Center, his job is to go figure out what is the best and most efficient way to get that done. So if we adopt the capital plan as it is written right now, it is his job to go out there and get the AT&T building torn down in the most efficient way that he can, which would be a grave mistake in my view if we really want to see the Battleship Texas come here. So I'm making a motion that we amend the capital plan to delete the sentence concerning the AT&T building that talks about demolishing it and allow us the opportunity as a council to discuss an executive session, since it concerns the lease of a building, whether or not we want to go forward along that path, and that's my motion to amend.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal and then Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so going back to the original comment, I don't think we want to amend the capital program today, because once again, you have to repost it, and you can't vote on it if you do that today. I don't have an issue seconding your request for the executive session discussion of the Battleship Texas. But, and let me also say this, just because we're voting on this today does not mean the city manager is gonna go tear down the building on Monday. That still has to come back before council for a vote.
True.
Thank you. Councilmember Felshaw.
This is a question for Councilmember Guest, because I know you've done a lot of research into this Battleship Texas. From the very beginning, I've always been intrigued by the idea, the possibility of bringing the Battleship Texas here. But like everyone else, I was concerned about the expense that was involved and some of the things we've worked through. But one of the things that I struggled with and still struggle with is the proposal that the foundation brought to us. And they had a list of things that they asked us to do. The last one is wherever there's a deficit in their budget, they're asking for us to make a commitment to make that up. Now, where they're at, 80,000, I understand here they're looking for 250,000. They really would like to see 350, if I understood correctly, to really make money. But I think 250 was kind of break even. So if they were 80,000 there, and if the state of Texas has said we wash our hands of it, we put 85 million in it, and we're not putting no more. Even the gentleman that came to speak to us from the foundation said we're concerned about the engine falling through the hull. It wasn't a real convincing presentation to me to want to buy into this project, but my concern is how many years would it take us to build up to 250,000 people, and how much money are we going to have to invest as a city to offset their deficit every year? So, because and their proposal, that's what they listed.
That wasn't a proposal. That document was a request for proposals.
Okay.
We respond to that document as we see fit. I would not, I repeat, I would not put in a proposal from the city of Beaumont, anything that we would commit to in terms of maintenance of the ship. Okay.
Or their operational expense.
Or their operational expense.
And you think they would accept that? That they would come here if we promised them zero money?
I think that if we promise them the AT&T building, a good location where they can draw, realistically have a realistic chance to draw 250,000 people a year, a deep water port that does not require dredging, I think they would check Beaumont at the top of their list.
Thank you, Councilmember Turner.
I kind of looked at the RFP as well, and we're saying not much, but I know the response from people over the purchase of the AT&T building, which is half the cost of just the dredging. So that's why I'm kind of confused that when we say not much, because 5.1, that is a lot. So that's kind of what I mean about not much. Like I said, I'm open. Of course, we're gonna have an executive session and dive into it, but we're saying yes to 5.1. To me, how it's coming off is we're saying yes to 5.1, but we said no to 2.7. That kind of doesn't really add up to me, honestly.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned dredging. There's no dredging that's necessary for Beaumont. There would be dredging necessary for some of these other sites that would like to see the battleship.
I think you meant to say mooring.
Yeah, not dredging, mooring, because I know the price was estimated as 5.1, correct?
Okay. That's what the
That's
linear
the
gen-
minimum cost.
Well,
I'll get into some.
Because I think everybody kind of need to know, because we're talking about it and the numbers need to be out. What we're really looking at.
so let me
Yeah.
respond. Right now, we have budgeted $5 million to acquire and demolish the AT&T building. We spent 2.8 of it to acquire it. So we have another 2.2 sitting out there that if we don't demolish it, we could use towards that mooring expense. Now, the city manager just said that's the minimum. I don't think that that's the minimum. I think that the minimum is probably somewhere around 3.5. And I say that based on conversations that I've had with marine engineering firms and marine construction firms. Now, could it be more? Maybe. But you have to look at your return on investment. And one of the things that the Battleship Texas Foundation did was they commissioned an accounting firm, Deloitte, to do an economic impact analysis on what would likely be able to be brought in tourism dollars to a city that had the Battleship Texas moored there. Now that was done a few years ago, and it was really focused on Galveston, but there's no reason to think that it would be any different here, because people that come to, and that showed $10 million in tourism dollars to any city that gets the Battleship Texas. People that come to see the Battleship Texas are going to want to have a place to eat. They're going to need to buy gas. They're going to need to, buy things here in the city. That's where your tourism dollars, and that money starts turning over. And Dean Conwell can tell you how tourism dollars multiply upon themselves, and they turn over several times. So another thing to focus on is how could this impact the area around where the Battleship Texas would be berthed, which is Crockett Street. My belief is that putting the Battleship Texas downtown would reinvigorate Crockett Street. And I say that because it is sitting there ready for something to be a draw, to get people to come downtown. There's nothing else that I can think of that would draw people downtown that is readily and easily available like the Battleship Texas.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, Kyle, can you kind of get into the numbers?
Yes. I'm gonna answer it this way. The administration is by no means opposed to the Battleship Texas and working with the foundation whatsoever. I have not heard one of you who, I talk to quite a bit, I haven't heard one of you say you're opposed to the idea. I think everyone's open to the idea. It's the unknown cost. And I don't enjoy what I'm about to say, but when he goes on Facebook and talks about there's no cost to you, the taxpayers, all of the operating and maintenance is paid for over here. So he doesn't mention one time the berthing cost of the ship.
It's not true.
No, you didn't mention it all. So,
I'll show you.
we're working hard on a new communications division, right? As a part of the Convention Visitors Bureau, the general fund pays for it to help with social media and get good messages out there. And we posted 2 positions, and it's in the works. And we've hired one local company to help us in those efforts. And I say that to say earlier, and I'm just using this as a, staff told me during lunch that y'all, and especially me, are getting beat up. Small part of social media, about 20 people, saying, can you believe how stupid they are? They're going to go buy these tables and chairs for the EOC 6 times more than what they could have purchased them for. Just made up junk, right? It's garbage. And, I have the specs right here to show what the tables are going to look like and the chairs. You can't go buy those tables and chairs, folks, at Sam's, right? And I use that again because we spend so much time on trying to answer questions, to answer to specifically. Lanier is a reputable engineering firm that represents the Port of Beaumont and the city of Beaumont hired to do the bank stabilization at Riverfront Park. So Bart Kowiak reached out to Lanier and just said, look, ballpark numbers, ballpark numbers, what are we looking at? So their estimate, a reputable firm, their lowest estimate is 5.2 million. That's their number. That's the lowest, their number. So that's what he does. Hey, you could have gone to Sam's and bought these tables and chairs. No, you couldn't. You can go buy some metal tables and chairs at Sam's and keep it less than $3,000. We could do that. Or you can go talk to engineering firms and say they could do it for less. Or you can go talk to a construction company and say, well, we'll do it for a lot less. That's not how it works. Here's how it works. If the council wanted to move forward with this, what would you do? You'd hire a reputable engineering firm to put together all the specs for the cost to birth that ship, right? Okay? Let's use the $5 million figure. You're going to spend 6 to 12% of that estimated construction cost, birthing cost, for engineering, right? Taxpayers have to pay that. No one out, Battleship Texas isn't paying for that. So you'd have to pay for the engineering, probably take 6 to 12 months. Then whatever the number is and the specifications, then you have to send that to the Corps of Engineers, just like the Riverfront Park bank stabilization, and get their approval. How long do you think that's going to take? Then you go out for bids. He said he found a company that'll do it for a lot less than $5 million. That's not the way it works. You have to go out for bids, and you have to take the lowest, best bid. Now, if they bid, hey, we'll do all that work for $2 million, you could accept that. But if they bid 6 and then said, no, but we'll do it for 4, that's not how it works. You'd have to go with whoever the lowest, best bid is. So there's a lot that's been said. I wish we didn't have to do this, but we do. So to answer your question, Lanier's lowest estimated cost, it's just a preliminary number. It's just an estimate. So it could be less and it could be a lot more. Their estimate was 5.2 million, right?
It was, and I just want to throw a couple things on that. That was just for the dock. It does not include getting power to them, getting water to them. It doesn't include any of those other buildings, ticket booth, pedestrian bridge over to it. I mean, that is just the dock to moor the ship. And I do think the number's probably a pretty good number on the low end. I would not expect it to come in significantly lower than that for a few reasons. One is that they threw it together. They haven't done extended studies on actually putting the dock in at that exact location. So there could be structural issues due to the way the bank is, the subsurface of the river could add to the cost. But also, everything in our world right now with construction is going up. All of our bids are going through the roof. So I would not expect in the next 12 to 24 months that we are going to see decreasing costs. My fears are that we've got a lot of projects on the books and we're going to have bids come in above where our engineering estimates are because of the inflation that's going on, which will mean we'll be able to do less with the same money potentially. And maybe that won't come to pass, but it's something we have to consider. And the last thing I'll throw out there is the Corps does take a long time and they have to approve it, but they're not the only entity. We're going to also have to deal with the General Land Office, who has to approve it. And we will have some concern there. If y'all remember, I had brought up that the cost of the riverbank stabilization might go up due to the Corps and or the GLO requiring us to pull the debris from Harvey out of the river. In having the conversations with them, when they found out how close we were to the old creosote plant and the Breaks Bayou feed into the river, the conversation changed dramatically, and they said, no, leave the debris from Harvey in the river, because of the fact that if we go pull all that out of the river, we may stir up deposits that happen from that Superfund site. So in this case, we're talking about constructing something that goes into those soils down there. If there's deposits, that could complicate things with the dock construction as well. May not, but I just want to make sure y'all understand.
I just want to finish my question first. The reason I ask is because people are approaching me with the impression of we can just bring the battleship, and I want to make sure I know what I'm talking about when I'm discussing numbers with them, because the last thing I want to do is tell them yes, and you turn around and we talking $6 million, just throwing it out there. We turn around and we're talking $6 million, and that wasn't a part of the yes, because a lot of people are under the impression that it's just gonna, happen. And I think that's what we really need to look into. Like Taylor said, if we're gonna do a workshop or whatever we're gonna do, we really need to get the logistics and stats and the numbers of what it's really gonna cost, because people really are under the wrong impression that it's not gonna be expensive, especially upwards to $5 million tied to this project.
I have a question, Bart. Instead of using the monopole mooring method, we could moor it completely off the banks so we wouldn't have to drive into the river.
Their plan was to moor it off of the bank, but that dock still was going to impact the side of the river right there. So there is a potential to stir up things. They required us, when we did the whole riverbank stabilization project, to take soil samples down everywhere that we were going to be driving pilings and then analyze those samples. So we'll have to do the same process once we know exactly where that dock's going to go, and we'll have to sample and, get the results of what's in that soil.
And educate me as to how the Army Corps of Engineers has a dog in this fight when it's just simply tying a ship up. How does the Corps of Engineers come into that?
It's on the river.
Navigable water.
It's in their jurisdiction.
So every time a ship ties up in the Neches River, the Army Corps of Engineers has to sign off on it? How does that work?
If you're constructing in the navigable waterway, yes.
Okay. And the construction part of the navigable waterway you're talking about is the gangway or what?
If you put a dock on the river, that dock extends into the river some degree for that ship to berth there. So it will be a permittable event for sure.
Okay. Because my thought process was that we're just talking about tying it up securely. We don't want the
If
last
you
thing.
had a dock already in place and you were talking about bringing the ship to the dock, yeah, no problem. But we're talking about building a dock, so that requires permitting.
Could some of the funding that we receive from FEMA for our restoration of Riverfront Park be used for the construction of a dock like that?
We're already over committed between the Riverfront Bank stabilization and the Collier's Ferry raw water pump station. So, we've already committed all of the money within that FEMA award.
Okay. Councilmember Neal, I understand your concern about amending the budget at this time because you would have to come back and repost it. And for that reason, I'll withdraw my motion, but I'm going to hold you to your agreement to second my request to have this further discussed in executive session, and hopefully we can flesh some of these agreements out.
City Attorney.
Council needs to keep in mind, since there is a desire to have an executive session as to the lease to the foundation, keep in mind that the sales contract with Mr. Flanagan reserved to him the right to take the building back in the event we decide not to demolish. And there's not been a commitment from him to relinquish that covenant in that sales contract, as far as I know.
There's not been a written commitment, but there has been an oral statement from
In order
Mr.
to amend
Flanagan.
that sales contract, it needs to be in writing.
It does, and I'll just say to council that Mr. Flanagan completely understands the the impact that having the Battleship Texas downtown would have upon his other downtown business holdings. Principally, he's a 50% owner in Crockett Street, and he is completely on board. What he tells me,
Well,
it's
that's not been communicated to me.
I understand, but he is completely on board from what he tells me, and I would urge that it be got in writing. I would want it. It has to be done. And maybe that's something that needs to be investigated at the very outset.
If that's the council's desire.
If that's the council's desire, I think that needs to be investigated at the outset. But he has told me that he would be willing to do whatever it takes to get the Battleship Texas downtown, because it certainly benefits him to do so.
Thank you. Councilmember Durio, and then Councilmember Philshaw.
That's okay, Mayor. The city attorney addressed what I want to talk about.
Thank you, Councilmember Philshaw.
Just two more questions quickly, because I do know there's a lot of information out there in the public about this project, and I think we all would, in theory, would love to see it happen, but we have concerns. One of the issues they had, I believe, too, was 250 parking spaces. Is that correct?
I think that's what they want.
And what's the condition of the parking lot over there? Would it require work, as far as we know? I mean, we feel like it's in good shape, or does
You're
it
talking
need-
about the AT&T parking?
Well, yeah, just parking period that's there. I mean, is there parking there that would accommodate this, or would that require a new parking lot, resurfacing and so forth?
We've not investigated it thoroughly, but just having gone by it, I would say it would require resurfacing at a minimum.
And then I understand, and Mike, again, I know you, Councilmember Getz, I'm sorry, I know that you investigated this a lot. The $35 million that they spent to restore the hull was up to the water line.
That's right.
And he talked about, I thought, maybe I misunderstood, was it $25 million to do the rest?
You
to
know,
get this work, to bring it up to standard for the public. Is that true, and who's going to pay for that? Because they only have $5 million in their fund balance, so I was wondering, where's that money going to come from?
they would pay for that. And, you know, there's wants and there's needs, okay? The need is to get the ship seaworthy. And when it comes out of dry dock, it'll be seaworthy and good to go for another 40 or 50 years. To get all the brass bells shined up, all the guns painted, all the deck replaced, that's going to be an ongoing project. It's going to take a long time and a lot of money. And it's not going to be local taxpayers bear that burden. That's going to come from ticket sales. That's going to come from grants. That's going to come from fundraising. That's going to be done by the Battleship Texas Foundation.
Last question, and I'll be done. Because of trying to get information out to the public so they understand what we're talking about, because I'm experiencing the same thing that Councilman Turner mentioned. People say, oh, bring the ship here, it's wonderful, why don't you support this? I do support it, but I got to pay for it. And so there's a lot of information out there we want to get. So why would we hold this in executive session? Why would we not have a work session where it's public and they can hear these numbers, and we don't have to worry about what's said in private, and part of it gets out, but not all of it gets out. So just a question. Do we have to have an executive session?
Happy to have a work session on it. Happy to do it in public. I generally favor that. I thought that there might be some desire to have it in executive session by some of the council members, but if not, then by all means, do it public.
Councilmember Turner.
And I understand what you're saying, but we had the work session, they came down, and some of these questions we asked, they weren't answered. So they wasn't sure about numbers and the whole nine. So if we're gonna do a work session this time, I would hope that the Battleship would come with concrete information and not say, well, I left my binder in the bag. I just want them to come with the numbers, because we can't just keep talking about it. We need to decide and see what the actual numbers are. So if you have a contact relationship with them, if we do move forward with this, I would hope they have the actual numbers, because we already had a workshop and they didn't have the numbers.
Well, they were here to they were here to answer questions,
Okay.
and I don't know that they were able to answer all of the questions that were presented at that time.
But they should have been.
Well, you know, a lot of the questions that we have, you know, are going to be required to be answered by engineering firms like Lanier and Beaumont and things like that. So yeah, I agree that if they're going to come, and they're in Beaumont today talking to the chamber, as I understand it. But yes, they need to be prepared to answer some of these hard questions.
Any other discussion?
Yes, but not on the Battleship. We need to further discuss some of and I apologize that we're taking a long time, but this is important stuff. This is the capital plan for the coming fiscal year. And one of the things that we need to address, I believe, is how we're going to tackle our homelessness issue and how that relates to any part of the capital plan. We know, and I think council received a letter from the governor and from the attorney general that says they expect municipalities to enforce the ban on public camping. That went out last week on September the 9th.
I don't mean, I'm not cutting you off because I just want the council to know what he's talking about. He reached out to TML to get his own legal opinion, and so they did respond back, so I'll pass this around. I think you asked staff to hand that out, so I was gonna do it after the meeting. I didn't know it was gonna come up.
I did not ask TML, Mr. Hayes, for a legal opinion on this. This came from the governor and the attorney general. My questions had to do with how can we be expected to enforce it. We've already talked about this at the joint meeting of the Homeless Coalition and the City Council on September 2nd. I outlined then, and Captain Plunkett agreed with me, the difficulties that we have in enforcing House Bill 1925, which is now codified as part of the Penal Code. This letter from the Attorney General and the Governor simply state that they expect us to enforce it. And what it boils down to is this. From a practical standpoint, we cannot arrest people that are violating the public ban on camping because the jail's not currently taking people for Class C misdemeanors. So arresting them is just out of the question. We can issue a citation, but before an officer does so, he's got to identify to whoever it is that's violating the law a place where they can go for services, or a designated city official, which we haven't designated anybody yet to my knowledge, that they can go to for services. Now, one of the things that is in this law is a city can designate a public camping site. And if they do so, they've got to send it up to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs and make sure it checks all of their boxes to be a public camping site. And one of the questions that I presented to the council at the joint workshop then, and that I'm going to be asking again today, is do we want to apply for a designated public camping site to house our homeless population? Because if we do, this is the time that we need to consider that as we build our budget. Now, I can tell you the city of Austin, and thankfully we don't have the problem they did or do, but they bought 3 hotels and they're spending over $100 million to address their homelessness issue. By comparison, we're spending almost nothing. The problem is not going to go away. It's going to get worse. We need to address it. Now, if we don't designate some property as a designated camping site, another option is, do we try to fund some homeless shelters? And I understand Mr. Boone's not here today because of the loss of his brother, and I offer condolences for that. But we've talked about this, and the city has given some grant money to the Salvation Army to build some shelters, and those are ongoing. Good work is being done there, but it's not enough. It will not be enough, and it's really an emergency shelter. It's not something with a component of transitional housing, and it is not a long-term shelter. If we're gonna do something like that, we have spoken before, and Family Services has come forward with a request that we help them get into their new facility, which would make their old facility available to the city at no charge, and we could convert that into a homeless shelter. The trick about that is the operational costs ongoing year after year. You know, and it's never that difficult to get something at the outset. The problem is funding the continuing operation of it year after year after year. That's where you really start seeing drains on your budget. So we can get the facility, we can get it up and running as a shelter. That's not going to be a big ticket item, but funding the continuing operation of it will be.
Councilmember Getz, I'm sorry, but the reason why Women and Children Services are moving out of there is because that place has flooded twice.
That's right.
So if they flooded, it wouldn't be any different than it flooding again. So you can't say that, you know, you just move in. You make so light of everything. Just move in and everything's going to be okay. That's not the case, and that's not the situation.
Mayor,
because if it flooded for Women and Children's Services, it'll flood on Jack, John, and Sue also.
You're right about that, but I will point out a couple of things.
May I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Are you proposing that we do that in this budget? And we've had budget workshops, we've done all of that, but are you asking that that be placed in the budget now?
I am asking that we give some thought.
But it's back to amending the capital program again, and then
that's what I'm asking.
Right, and then
Is
it
that
starts
what
all
you're
over
trying to
again.
do? Amend the capital program for this budget year and put something that we have no idea what we're putting into this budget.
Because we don't know a cost.
We have got to make some hard decisions, Councilmember Samuel.
But I'm just saying, this is not, it's not on the agenda. The only way it's pertinent to the agenda today is if you're asking that we amend the budget and put something in for that.
In order to do that, we've got to decide if that's what we want to do. We have got to decide if we want to designate some camping area. We've got to decide as we go forward with Family Services, and I wanted to respond to you, Mayor. Yes, you're right. It has flooded. It took the number 1 and number 4 rain events in United States history for it to flood. It's been there since for 40 or 50 years without flooding, but it did flood during Harvey. It did flood 3 months later during Imelda. Hopefully DD6 is going to do some things to mitigate flooding in that area of town, which is not too far from you. I think that is something that they are working on and that won't happen again. But
I hope you're right about that.
I know you do. But
the other thing, again, we would still have to amend the capital program today, like Councilmember Neal has said about your other 2 requests. If we have to amend the capital program, then it has to go back out. We have to wait another 7 days, start this whole process all over again. So we're right back to your other 2 requests that are no different from amending it for what you're saying now. If we amend it for one thing, that will start the entire capital program over. It doesn't matter.
So even though we've had homeless workshops and we've had battleship workshops, we're kind of at the point here because of the calendar at the point of no return. We can't really do anything today.
We're not at the point of no return. I'm sorry. We're
not. Well, it's going to require an amendment of the capital plan.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Look.
When?
I'm sorry that we're spending so much time on misdirection and everyone having to correct the process. Okay? That's what we've been doing all day because of what he continues to bring up in different manners. And the sad thing is the general public doesn't understand. So we have to correct Otherwise, it looks like, why aren't y'all doing this? If you go read the city charter, you're not supposed to even put anything in the capital program unless you specify basically who, what, when, where, why, cost. This thing, you can have, it could be ripe for a discussion, but you don't do
It's
it
just an
as a
ideal.
part of the capital program. He's the chairman of the Mayor's Coalition for Homelessness. What is his proposal? Has he told you a specified site? Has he told you an estimated cost? Do we know any of those factors? Until you define that, you shouldn't even consider putting it in the capital program, much less today. Let's say you really wanted to do that, you'd have to define again the scope, projected cost, define all, have all those estimates ready. And then you would have done it 2 or 3 weeks ago. You've been on the council for 10 years. You do that when we had the work session and the public hearing. You don't do it the day you decide, because you still can't answer the who, what, when, where, why, and the projected cost.
Mr.
So we
Hayes?
go through this exercise of futility, and I know you know that, Mayor. You know that, Councilman Samuel, very well. Councilmembers Felshaw and Neal have been on the council for, almost 3 years. We shouldn't even be having this discussion today on, this is the 4th issue that's been brought up. It's almost just a red herring. It's a total waste of time. And I don't mean to be, it comes across, maybe the city manager looks defensive. We have done this. I've submitted probably 21 budgets to various city councils. We have never gone through this type of stuff. And we're doing it because we're reacting to one person trying. I don't know if he knows better. Y'all don't know because you just got elected. This is so far outside the process. I've never seen it. I don't think Councilman Samuel's seen it in 30 plus years. This is a waste of time.
Mr. Hayes, when I brought you and investigated a proposal for a dog park at Rogers Park, you said it wasn't worth the paper it was written on.
Right.
So I don't know
Still agree
why.
with that.
So no, I don't know why you're telling me that I need to go out and do my own investigation to try to find a site just
That's
so
not
that
what I said.
Well,
As being the-
look,
As
you know,
being
obviously.
the chairman of the Mayor's Coalition, you would think you'd come and make a recommendation to your colleagues. And when you make a recommendation, what we do as a staff and have forever is if they bring something to me and we're working together on something, they're going to define the scope. Where, projected cost, when, where, why. That has not been done. Every one of these projects in the capital program have a defined scope and a projected cost. You're bringing up something that has none of that.
Okay, I brought this stuff up when we had our joint coalition meeting. I brought it up then. I asked questions of council. What do y'all want to do? I asked about signage regarding toxic charity. Haven't heard anything back on that. Look, y'all want to move on? Y'all got the other stuff you want to talk about? Go ahead. I'll just
Thank you,
sit here and
Councilmember
listen.
Turner.
I just have a suggestion, because we're speaking on homeless, and you've been heading the Homeless Coalition 2 years, and what I would like to see, and I think it'll help out the whole situation if we you get with staff, let them put together a plan and give us option A, B, C, and then we can decide as a council which option to be best moving forward, like with the numbers, the locations, and what we're going to do. And all you got to do is kind of guide staff to do it, and I'm pretty sure they'll handle that. Then they can come to us, and we can kind of make a decision on what's best for the situation. I agree we need to figure out something, but just get the logistics together, and we can move forward from there.
Thank you.
When Chris gets back, well, I'll do that.
And let me make it very clear. It's not up to staff, meaning the council formed this coalition. He wanted to be the chair, or the mayor, the former mayor named him the chair. It's the coalition's responsibility to come back and make a recommendation. The staff, we're there as a guide, and staff goes to every one of the meetings. But it's incumbent upon them to come back. The council's not asked me or the staff to go research it and make a recommendation. If you had, we'd do that.
So
They
can
were
you guys
tasked-
help
they
me
were
out with
tasked to
the
study the
homeless
issue.
coalition? Can you help
Okay,
educate
wait,
me on that?
Councilmember
Yes.
Samuel.
Please.
Councilmember Turner.
Yes, sir.
I think at this point, it's important that you understand the process. Because I know for a fact now, Councilmember Getz understands the process. But we've been here all morning dealing with issues that should have been dealt with during the budget process, not at the day we're about to adopt the budget. And please explain the process so that it will be clear to everybody what the budget process is.
Okay, so the city charter and state law governs the process. Let's start with capital program. Under the city charter, I have to submit that to the council, I believe by May the 15th of each year, 3 months prior to the budget being submitted, which is August the 15th. So we've done that. We do that every year. Council members that have served should know what the process is and how it works. And then we schedule what we call work sessions or discussion items. They're the same thing. Work session, discussion item, where we go through what we're proposing, what the salient changes are, have a PowerPoint, could be handouts, but then you know what the proposed budget is, you know what the proposed capital program is. We'll highlight the changes in the capital program, strike through what we're taking out, try to make it very clear. So.
And at that time, council can then inject.
Exactly, and that's
At
why we
that
have,
time.
at that work session is when we say, that's the opportunity to make changes, make recommendations, make proposed changes. Because then we have plenty of time to work
what,
on
when,
that.
where.
And exactly, the who, what, when, where, why, projected cost. And so you've been through that process probably 10 times. So that's what's frustrating, I think, for a lot of people is why are you trying to do this today on 3+ items? And the council, again, the public doesn't understand that. There's people in the audience that don't understand that. And they shouldn't. That's not their job. But they're going, yeah, why can't they add that today? Or, well, there's reasons why. Again, go read the city charter. It tells you have to be specific in the charter for each individual project. You have to lay out, again, all those things I listed earlier. We're not at that point. We're, even if the council wanted to, you don't have the needed information to do it. And so we probably spent 2 hours in total on 4 things that should not have even been brought up today.
And that creates misunderstanding with the general population. And that's why. Okay.
And if I might, Mayor, to clarify, this new legislation does not mandate the city to go and identify an alternate campsite. It'd be strictly up to the council to decide if they want to do that, if you want to do that.
I never said it did.
I didn't say you did.
Okay.
And Mayor, just for a question, City Manager, when we have discussion items or work sessions to go through these different things, when the council is silent, rather they have no interest, or maybe not all their questions are answered. Like with me on the battleship, I have concerns. With the homeless situation, I'm very concerned about that. I don't know the answer yet. The building that Councilman Getz mentioned, I think it sleeps 50 people. Is that correct? We have 350 people homeless, I understand. So that could be part of the solution, but it won't be the solution. It's a complicated issue is what I'm trying to say. So my point is, when we're silent, either we're not interested or else we just don't have all the information we need. When we're silent, you take that as just you hold steady until we give you direction, correct?
Exactly, and it's
because we're a legislative body to make decisions.
You have a council member throwing stuff in your lap. Hey, what do you want to do with this? Without any definitive plan or facts. So, and it's not even right. Think about this. Family Services in Southeast Texas, they're interested in a piece of property that they don't really want disclosed, but we know where it is, right? they're interested in that property. I don't think, unless it's happened in the last 2 weeks, that they've made a deal on it. By the time they move over there, possibly, that's gonna take some time, right? So, let's say they wanna donate it. They wanna donate that property over there. I know council members don't like that location because, again, it's flooded, like the mayor said, twice, right? We haven't been through the facility. We don't know what condition it's in. We don't know anything. So we're talking about something today that has really nothing to do with the capital program, much less we don't even have the answers to any of these questions. So we're spending all this time on literally, it should never have been even brought up under this item. And I think y'all know that, but I say that because we're all sitting here looking like we don't have an answer for something.
Well, I'm looking out at the audience and I'm looking at the faces because they're looking like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Hayes, let me just conclude by saying this. Some of the council has been through that facility, myself, I think Councilmember Turner has,
Okay.
and we know
I
the
have
condition
several
of it.
times.
And have you been through it?
Several times.
Recently?
Several times, yes.
So, you know, I've tried to get answers to some of these questions during the budget process, and as Councilmember Felshaw says, it was, a lot of us greeted with silence. So,
Wait, make sure, you didn't try to get answers from staff or the administration. You were asking the council questions when you led that work session
That's right.
representing the mayor's coalition. Okay, I just want the public to understand.
That's right.
You're not waiting on us to do something.
No. I understand the process. I agree it is incumbent upon council to direct administration on the ways to proceed. I agree with that. And that's why I'm asking my colleagues, what do y'all want to do?
But again, Councilmember Getz, you know without a doubt, today, when we're voting on the capital program, this is not the time for you to throw out what you're throwing out.
And that's why-
Because there's nothing we can do about it today, because we're voting on the capital program.
Well, that's why I tried to throw it out.
But trying to throw
today.
it out. I
Prior to
mean,
today.
It's almost like, okay, but you didn't do
what's
it
the cost?
prior.
On what?
On the, taking over the shelter, because my understanding is once you house these people, you gotta pay for the feeding of them, you gotta pay for the housing of them, you gotta pay for the medication of them, you gotta pay for the
Everything.
bathing of 'em. I mean,
Unless
you own that.
unless we take it over and lease it to a nonprofit, of
But
which
none
there are
of that
several.
has to do with the capital program.
That's-
I'm calling for the vote.
Okay.
On item number 2, all in favor of approving item number 2, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Item number 3, please.
Item number 3 is an ordinance entitled, an ordinance accepting the certified appraisal roll for the city of Beaumont, establishing a tax rate, providing for levying, assessing, and collecting of ad valorem taxes for the tax year 2021, fiscal year 2022, providing for severability and providing for repeal. Jefferson Central Appraisal District submitted the appraised roll on July the 26th in the amount of $8,820,063,981. And based on that value, a property tax rate of 0.705 per $100 of valuation for the tax year 2021 is proposed, which is 1/2 cent less than the current rate. And you can see there in the memorandum how the tax rate would be apportioned to the general fund and to the debt service fund. And according to the tax code, the tax rate consists of those two components, each of which must be approved separately by a record vote, and at least 60% of the governing body must vote in favor of the ordinance. State law requires this. That ordinance must include the following statement. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be raised by 8.86%, and will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately $63. The administration recommends approval.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 3. City Clerk, we need a record vote.
You know,
Two votes.
shouldn't there
You
be
need to call a motion in a second.
a motion
Motion
that-
in a second.
Okay.
Move to approve.
shouldn't there be a transcript motion on this?
On the third one, they just need, for the first two, they need to read the rate of the maintenance and operation rate, the second code, the interest and sinking rate, and then the third motion will be the statement.
So we have to do them all individually. Okay, so
Question.
this,
Motion on all three.
So you did a motion on the first one. I think you got one.
okay, so the,
Councilmember Neal.
Councilmember Neal.
We just need a second on his motion.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Durio, second. Discussion from Councilmember Getz.
Mr. Semino, what would it impact the budget if instead of lowering the proposed rate half a cent, it was lowered a full cent?
1 cent's about $850,000, so half a cent would be $425.
Okay. So this past year, we have received tens of millions of dollars from the federal government in COVID relief. We've borrowed money for infrastructure projects. Our appraised rates, we all know, have gone up so that we have a whole lot more revenue expected to come in, which is why we had to have the public hearing. I think we could do better than just half a cent reduction in our tax rate. You know, I'm mindful of a citizen that came by and talked earlier about proposed litigation, saying some of that might be given back. I don't know how quickly that would occur, if at all. Litigation is running way behind. But I think that we could do better, and I would propose that we amend this to make our tax rate 70 cents per $100 valuation instead of 705.
Mr. City Manager, okay, or this city attorney, again, if we make an amendment today on item number 3, then again, that means we would have to go back.
If you're lowering revenues, you don't need a new notice for another hearing. It's only if you increase expenditures.
Okay, so we will not need another hearing. Okay. Councilmember Neal.
I have a question because it's based off of the budget that we voted on item number 1. And so now, right on day 1, your whole budget's gonna be off. I mean, you can make the tax rate 0, but then throw the budget away and don't spend any money.
No, sir, Councilmember Neal. We have a historically high fund balance.
You could transfer from the fund balance, that's correct.
That's right, we could. And I don't think that it's going to break the city of Beaumont to make that transfer of $450,000 in order to lower the tax rate for our citizens by an additional 1/2 of 1 penny.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just a little disappointed that it's being brought up at the last minute because we've had this thing the 15th of August.
What difference would it have made?
Because we could have ran the numbers on it.
It's not going to change the numbers. All you'd have to do is make a transfer from the fund balance to pay for some line items, which are at best estimates anyway. So, you know, we have an estimated budget. That's what it says in there. It's an estimated budget. And we've done very well in a lot of areas this year. We were blessed with a healthy fund balance. And I'm sorry, this is me speaking, just me. I think we can do better than 1/2 of 1 cent. I think we can do better than a full cent, but I'm willing to stop at 1 cent. That's $450,000 to lower our tax rate.
Mr. City Manager, but wasn't one of the reasons we didn't do that was because of the industry
That, I'm glad you brought that point up.
Right, because of the
you'd have
industry,
to-
we didn't have the numbers on them yet.
And we still, I don't think we do. Do we still have them? So the way that works is, you have a, right now, it's just a projected number, right?
Right.
That is correct. So let's just say it's 1.4, let me double check. 1.4 million projected deficit. So you just add another 400 and say 25,000 on top of that. And then when the industrial values come in, instead of paying taxes based on the current tax rate of 71 cents, under that scenario, you pay taxes based on 70 cents. So it's gonna go up even more. Could you do it? I think Councilmember Neal's exactly right. It should have been brought up. If that was the wish of the council, it would have been nice to know that a month ago.
And if I could add, Councilman Getz, we had a phone call discussing the order of the budget, where you wanted the capital plan before the budget. And I said, well, you know, there's no real law on it, but TML's interpretation is that you pass the budget before you pass a tax rate. And I posed that question to you. I said, well, what's going to happen if you pass the budget and then later don't want to approve the tax rate? And you said, well, that wouldn't happen because when you approve the budget, you're approving the tax rate to support what's in the budget. So now you're wanting to do what you said you weren't going to do.
I've thought about it, and I think I've seen some of the school districts and what they're doing in terms of lowering their tax rate, and I think we can do a little bit better than what we're doing.
Okay, does anybody want to support Councilmember Getz? Are you making a motion for that?
I did.
Okay, does anybody want to support that? Okay, by the silence, I don't show anyone that want to support that. And so, item number 3, you've heard the reading, and we need to take a record vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mayor Mouton,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samuel,
Yes.
Councilmember Durio,
Yes.
Councilmember Getz,
Yes.
Councilmember Turner,
Yes.
Councilmember Felshaw,
Yes.
and Councilmember Neal.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so now on, we need 3.
Record votes.
So, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So the first record vote was supposed to be on the M&O rate. The second record vote is on the INS rate. The third record vote will be the statement that you need to read. Right.
So I could do it, and maybe help. I could say, Mayor and Council, we recommend that the rate be apportioned .512449 per $100 of assessed valuation to the general fund. You'd have a record vote on that particular rate, if you could do
Thank you.
that.
And I'm calling for the record vote for the INS.
Do you need a motion?
I move
May I
to
have a
approve-
motion?
I move to approve the INS.
I'll second.
Second. May I have the record vote, please?
Mayor Mouton,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samuel,
Yes.
Councilmember Durio,
Yes.
Councilmember Getz,
Yes.
Councilmember Turner,
Yes.
Councilmember Felshaw,
Yes.
and Councilmember Neal.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then if one of you could read that statement that's in the staff memorandum where it says this tax rate will raise, if one of you could read that and then have a record vote on that statement.
Make the motion and then read the statement.
Yeah.
I move to approve, this tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be raised by 8.86% and will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately $63.
If I could, I'm sorry. There should have been a statement in front of y'all. I can bring it to you, Councilman Taylor, if you want to read the statement that's in bold.
Thank you.
This is required by state law.
I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of .705 per 100, which is effectively an 8.86% increase in the tax rate.
Councilmember Samuel, second. Call for the record vote.
Mayor Mouton?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor Mouton,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samuel,
Yes.
Councilmember Durio,
Yes.
Councilmember Getz,
Yes.
Councilmember Turner,
Yes.
Councilmember Felshaw,
Yes.
and Councilmember Neal.
Yes.
Thank you. May I have the reading of the next item, please?
Mayor and Council, item number 4 is an ordinance entitled an ordinance ratifying the budgeted property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year 2022 budget. The local government code includes a statement or language that says adoption of a budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the previous year requires a separate vote of the governing body to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget. A vote under this subsection is in addition to and separate from the vote to adopt the budget or a vote to set the tax rate required by Chapter 26, Tax Code or other law. The current tax rate of 71 cents per $100 assessed value will decrease by 1/2 cent for a new tax rate of 0.705 per $100 of assessed valuation. The budgeted revenue from property taxes is expected to be $6 million more than in fiscal year 2021. Of this amount, $1,005,852 is attributable to new property added to the tax roll this year. The administration recommends approval.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 4. Is there a motion, please?
Move to approve.
A second?
Second.
Record vote, please.
Mayor Mouton,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samuel,
Yeah.
Councilmember Durio,
Yes.
Councilmember Getz,
Yes.
Councilmember Turner,
Yes.
Councilmember Thelshaw,
Yes.
and Councilmember Neal.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the reading of item number 5, please?
Item number 5 is an ordinance entitled an ordinance amending Chapter 22, Article 22.02, Sections 22.02.001A and B, and 22.02.002A and B of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Beaumont to increase water and wastewater rates, providing an effective date, providing for repeal, and providing a penalty. The water and sewer rates would increase by 5% effective October the 1st, 2021. We've had a work session on this item. The last increase was also 5%, and that was 2 years ago. As operating costs within the water fund continue to rise due to inflation and other expenses, it's necessary to increase the revenue of the fund as well. The administration recommends approval.
You've heard the reading of item number 5. Is there a motion, please?
So moved, accept item number 5 as read.
And a second?
Second.
Any discussion? No discussion? Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion passed. May I have the reading of item number 6, please?
Item number 6 is an ordinance entitled an ordinance amending Chapter 22, Sections 22.05.211B, 1A of the Code of Ordinances of Beaumont, Texas to increase garbage and trash rates, providing for severability, providing for repeal, providing a penalty, and providing an effective date. So garbage rates would increase $1 more per month from $19.75 currently to $20.75 effective October the 1st, 2021. The last approved increase by the City Council was 2 years ago, where the council increased the rate 8.2%. On July the 27th, the City Council had a work session to discuss these rates and the need to increase rates to maintain the required minimum fund balance per the financial policies approved by the City Council. The administration recommends approval.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 6. May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
A second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a question, Mayor.
Thank you.
On the ordinance, I guess on the second page, it says a 10% discount to the garbage and trash collection fee shall apply to customers residing in a single-family residence who are 65 years and older. What does the city do right now to get that information out there? 'Cause that's the first I've ever seen this.
I think it's definitely on the website, and,
I think we put it on the phone bill at one time when it went into effect years ago.
we used to be able to print a message on there.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if we could probably do more on social media to push out that, hey, if you're, is it? Okay.
It is on
And that's
social
saying
media?
it's on it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's good information. We need to make sure our citizens are aware of that.
So, Councilmember Turner just made a statement that most 65-year-olds are not probably on the internet. So is there any way we can put the message on the water bill or put an insertment in the bill? Thank you so very much. So it will be inserted in the water bill with the new rate going up. Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor of approving item number 6? Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carry. Item number 7, please.
What a day. What a day. Item number 7 is an ordinance by the City of Beaumont, Texas, denying the distribution cost recovery factor rate increased request of Entergy Texas Incorporated, filed on or about August 31st, 2021, setting just and reasonable rates for Entergy Texas Incorporated for service within the municipal limits, finding that the meeting complies with the Open Meetings Act, making other findings, and the city attorney, Tyrone Cooper, will lead the item.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. As just indicated, on March 31st of this year, Texas Entergy, Inc. filed its application to amend its distribution cost recovery factor, commonly known as a DCRF, filed with the cities, and at the same time filed its amended application with the Public Utilities Commission. The current DCRF tariff is $26.3 million annually. This request is for an additional $13.9 million annually, which would be a total cost of $40.2 million. For a residential customer, 62% of this request would, of this revenue request, would fall on the residential customer, and that would be $3.91 per month for an average residential customer using 1,000 kilowatt hours per month. And a DCRF is for non-fuel rate investment costs, which the PUC allows for. Staff is recommending that this request be denied, and what that would mean is that the request would move forward to the PUC for a final determination.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of item number 7. Can I have a motion, please?
Can I ask you, are we looking for an approval or a denial?
You're looking to deny.
To deny, but approve the resolution.
Approve the ordinance, which is an ordinance to deny.
Okay.
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Just a question. City attorney or city manager, I don't know if you can answer this, but when it goes back before the Public Utility Commission of Texas in the past, what's been typically what happens? Do they approve their rate increase or do they deny it? I mean,
for these types of increases, these are, as I indicated, non-fuel investment costs. This is just basically a cost of doing business, and if they can justify the increase, then typically the Public Utility Commission will view it favorably.
Okay.
Any other discussion? All in favor of approving item number 7, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carried. Item number 8, please.
Number 8 is to consider approving multiple contracts for the purchase of traffic marking materials. The city would enter into contracts with Osborne Associates Incorporated, Vulcan Incorporated, doing business as Vulcan Aluminum, and Vulcan Signs, and the third company is Transtex Transportation. The new pricing represents a 55% increase due to the increased expenses to the manufacturer and the storage of, the shortage of materials nationwide. The city pays for these materials in the general fund and the capital program. The administration recommends approval.
You've heard the reading of item number 8. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Mayor.
Councilman Felcher.
City Manager, I'm not sure if you can answer this. Well, I'm sure you can't, but I'll ask it anyway. I understand this is a 55% increase due to the market. Is there any of this work that could be delayed, postponed until the market corrects itself? And that's the part I know you can't answer. Who knows what the market's going to do? Yeah. But hoping we come out of the COVID, come out of the pandemic, the market may correct itself. Is there any of this work that could be delayed? Any of these purchases that could be delayed until the market corrects itself, and then we can come back and revisit this? Or is this critical work that needs to be done sooner than later?
I'll take that off his hands. This is for the Traffic Management Division, and the materials in question are going to be signs, street signs, stop signs, one-way signs, in addition to all of the pavement marking materials when we do the smaller sections for restriping. So all of this is, it's done as needed, but when it's needed, it is needed, and so it really can't be postponed. We're not going out and replacing a sign that doesn't need it, or restriping if it's not required. So it's necessary work.
Okay, thank you, Bart.
Thank you. Councilmember Turner.
Is it just only 3 companies bidded on these jobs, or did the bids go out to more than 3? Is only 3 just chose to participate in the bidding?
I think you sent it out to 15.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. How many? Yeah, we sent it out to versus how many actually bidded on the job?
15 and 3 responded.
Oh wow.
3 responded.
Yeah, and to put it in perspective, this is a contract that lists out everything that we might need to buy during the year. We don't necessarily buy all of it. Purchasing went through, and we spent around $57,000 in fiscal year 19, about $150 in 20, about $185 in 21. So if we did about the same as we did this year, and it was 50% higher, we'd be about $240 or so. Well, no,
It'll be about
$290.
$100,000 maybe to do increased expenses.
Right.
Last year, I think we spent less than $200,000.
Yeah, it's about 185 last year.
Yeah,
So it'd be 90,000 more or so if we did about the same next year.
Any other questions? All in favor of approving item number 8, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carried. Mr. Manager, please take us into discussion item.
Mayor,
And we're done.
That's
So,
some executive session.
we have executive session. At the close of the city council meeting, the council will hold an executive session to consider matters related to contemplating or pending litigation in accordance with section 551.071 of the Government Code, claim of Jayla Sutton, Sierra Nicole Broussard, individual, and as next friend of CL and CW, and Tiffany Williams as next friend of KG and KG versus the City of Beaumont, cause number A-206313. Also to consider matters to deliberate the employment, evaluation duties of public officer or employees in accordance with section 551.074 of the Government Code, to which specifically Kyle Hayes, City Manager, Tyrone Cooper, City Attorney, Tina Broussard, City Clerk, and Craig Lively, City Magistrate. So we will recess into executive session. I'm sorry.
We need to do public comments, Mayor.
We need to do comments. Public comments. Now is the time for any citizen that would like to speak. If you have not already done so, please fill out the green slip, hand it to the clerk, She will call your name. When it's time for you to speak, the green light will come on, the red light will indicate that your time is up. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jerome Alexander, 1118 Avalon Street, Beaumont, Texas.
I came here today to speak on behalf of the homeless people, let y'all know they still ain't got places for them to do adequate showering in the daytime. You know, the building, Mr. Mike, that you be talking about trying to get, they really don't want to go there. I talked to them because they know that the hurricanes and flooded. They not gonna go there. But you got the old Red Cross building downtown, right from where some other place. You got the old Red Cross building. Then you got that building on the corner it's called in Magnolia right there. It's a gym. You can use that old church. They got all that parking lot right there. You can use that. You can try to see, can you get that for the homeless people? But they need help. Because during the little storm, I had a bunch of them by the stove. And at the time, they ain't know where to go. So I told them, look, we're going to stay here. We're going to go to the fire station right there. But it's people, they ain't all panhandling, but some panhandling because they ain't got nothing. They got to do something to eat, to survive. So, but we need some help. And it's like I told you before, I got a guy, he a builder, and he said he'll do a float plan if we can get some grant money. It's land between Forest and Linson. Used to be an old fire station. It could be there. It's our type of place. But that's all. I'm just here to let y'all know that we need help. We need to get it fast because it's winter time coming. They ain't got nowhere to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Louis Vaughn, 9615 Mape Street, Beaumont, Texas.
Mayor, council, city attorney, city manager. Reference the AT&T building. At the town hall meeting, it was said that an environmental report was forthcoming after the purchase of this building. There are individuals that I know that worked in that building that are ill. I don't know if it's from that or what, but here's the thing. I've never heard of buying a building or buying something as is, where is, with this type of money. Secondly, the Beaumont Transit people came to council meeting and they said that was mold in a bus. Mold can cause respiratory conditions, not only to the bus driver, but also to the citizens who ride these buses. Thirdly, it was my understanding, Mr. Manager, that GGI, they were turned down because they wanted a 10-year contract. And that was voted down, that wasn't gonna be done. That's what I understood. And take these notes. The LMOP, which stands for Landfill Methane Outreach Program, and the EPA, Environmental Protection Agencies, have information about landfills and how they can become safe and profitable to those who partner with them. That's the LMOP, Landfill Methane Outreach Program. There's a magazine called Waste Management that features cities and different places that recycle trash and turn methane gas into electricity, turn it into fuel. I mean, they got some real players out here. We need to take advantage of that. 10 years back, and we're still at the same place, nothing. And people are getting sick. This methane gas is nothing to play with. Google it, research it, because these are people, citizens, in your community. It's all of our, should be all of our concern to get on board and get something done. That methane gas, and we are here in this county, category 1. That means we take everything, anything, and it goes what? Out into the atmosphere. And people are really getting ill with that. So please, let's just kind of work together with some of this and move forward. I've never seen us have this length of council meetings as we've been having lately. Pastor Falshard, I heard your message about family and Moses and the Pharaoh. I thought that was very important. And that's what we should be concerned about, the entire family. And last, I listened to you as well this Sunday about miracles. All last week, I listened to Pastor Winston, and that's what they were talking about all week long, miracles. And you know what? That's exactly what we need, not only in Beaumont, but in the world. So I just say to the council and all that's here, we need to just pray that God will send miracles, because that's what we need. Thank you for your time.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Council member comment, and I'll start with you, Councilmember Neal.
No comment.
Councilmember Samuel.
No comment.
Councilmember Felshaw. Councilmember Turner. Councilmember Getz.
Thank you, Mayor. During the lunch hour, Mr. Semino provided council with some, I don't know if these are the specifications of the chairs and tables that we started off talking about earlier this morning. I will say that these chairs and tables are substantially different than what you can buy at Sam's. I'm sure they're more expensive. I don't know what we're planning on doing over there that would require tables and chairs like these. The chairs at the police training room, I don't think are anything like this, but maybe they are. But I can understand why there's a difference in cost. I just don't know what the need is and what we're going to be doing on the third floor of the Emergency Operations Center that would require this type of expenditure. So.
Councilmember Durio.
No comment.
Well, the comment I would like to make today is that so grateful that we dodged another bullet from Hurricane Nicholas. I did get to spend last Tuesday on the third floor at the Emergency Management Center most of the, well, all day. And hopefully a lot of you heard the contacts that was sent out and the updates, just letting you know where we were with the status of Tropical Storm Nicholas, which turned into a Category 1 hurricane, and which I learned on last Tuesday that we were better off with it being a Category 1 hurricane rather than a tropical storm, because the tropical storm is what brings all of the water in. And so that had me a little on edge because of the past history of Imelda in our area. So I was just so grateful for that. And if City Manager, do you have any comments?
I'd like to thank all of you for your service.
Thank you.
Doing things like today all day long. And without quality people, you get in trouble pretty quickly.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. And for many of you watching today, what we did because of last Tuesday and the tropical storm hurricane, we had to move our meeting, which we had to have 7 days to post. And so that's why we met from 9:30 this morning until 3:30. And at this time, we will recess to executive session. So thank you.